Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Syndicate for my annual 2024 playthrough. Hey there, Dread. Good morning to you as well. Just who I've been looking for, or waiting for. Cool. Yeah, going to be doing some more towards this playthrough. So this particular stream is going to completely focus on the Dreadful Crimes DLC. And I've never actually done this DLC before because I had been playing the Xbox version of this for quite a few years, and the Xbox never got this content. So now that I'm playing on the PS5, it means that I'm able to actually access this content. So I'm playing the Dreadful Crimes DLC for the first time, and I'm going to be doing it in this stream. When I finish it, and I don't know how long it's going to take because it's quite in-depth, there's like 10 missions to do. But if I finish it and there's still more time left and I feel like streaming still, I'll end the current stream and then start a new one to work on different stuff in the playthrough. I wanted to keep this as its own stream, completely just doing the Dreadful Crime stuff, so that anyone who's watching the overall playthrough, if they don't really care for this DLC, at least they know, okay, I can skip this part and go to the next part, because this current part that you're watching now will have all of the Dreadful Crimes DLC content done in it. So I'm doing that with this, and I'll do it with Jack the Ripper DLC as well. But yeah, that's what we're doing in this stream. We're doing the Dreadful Crimes DLC. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome. How's it going, dude? Just put that there and pin that to the top. There we go. You going well, Ryu? That's awesome, dude. Glad to hear that. Dread? Wait, is that your cash? Damn. Yeah, so what I've been doing in this game is I haven't really been paying much attention to buying stuff too much. So I've been able to amass a lot of stuff. But yeah, Evie and Jacob have 238,413 pounds. What I'm going to do is I'm going to alternate between Evie and Jacob. I think I can do that anyway for each mission. We'll just see if I can or not. So I want to change the outfit that Evie is wearing to something different, especially because we're doing like a murder mystery thing. And I think what I'll do is I'll have her wear the Blue for Lady outfit. Go, and we'll switch to Jacob. And Jacob, we're going to put him in the outfit that looks like a Sherlock Holmes outfit to do this content in, which is the Huntsman's outfit. There we go. Okay, let's go and get some supplies. For this stream, the Leap of Fail and the Evie or Jacob does a side mission redemptions aren't active, because I want to just focus solely on the Dreadful Crimes content in this stream. Get away from the enemies there so we can fast travel to where the Dreadful Crimes DLC activates. Dreadful Crimes, a simple matter of murder. Solve the seemingly simple murder of a factory worker. So this kid here, he is actually voiced by the same actor who plays Leon in the Dead Kings DLC of Assassin's Creed Unity.
dear. This is going very badly, isn't it?
It certainly doesn't have the makings of a ripping good novel.
What happened here?
Ah, the charming and delightful Fry twins.
Have we met?
Mr. Raymond knows everyone. He knows everything about this city. He writes it all up in his books.
I'm Henry Raymond, writer of third-rate lurid stories. Penny dreadfuls, if you will. And this is Little Artie.
Mr. Raymond takes real murders and makes them so awfully exciting. The guilty always get caught.
There's one unfolding just here. Perhaps one of you would like to try your hand in solving it.
Dreadful crimes. To find the murderer, use Eagle Vision to search the investigation zones for clues, interrogate every suspect. Press options to enter the progression log and access your collected evidence. Accuse the guilty suspect to solve the case and collect your reward. Be careful though, as every false accusation will reduce the reward.
I do find crime so delightfully entertaining, don't you? I mean, solving crimes, of course. Finding a solution is exhilarating.
I arrived to find the foreman dead, and the lad Dooley with bloody hands. No one's been able to find the murder weapon and arrest the murderer. Could you sort it out quickly? It's holding up the work. They're a rough bunch, but someone has to keep the kids in line. I just wish the grown-ups would quit fighting each other.
Warehouse. Wilkins' body. A deep stab wound to the chest. A bandana obscures the victim's face.
He knocks me to the ground and give me a kick. I find me work knife under me and grab it. I lift my hands to protect myself, and he knocks me out with a punch. Later on I wakes up, and the man's lying there, dead. He's my brother. He don't like to work hard, so one of the workers give him a thrashing. I tried to stop it, and he stops hitting Buck and starts hitting me.
When I come back, the man's lying dead, and there's Dooley holding a knife. Please don't arrest him. I was standing there, having a think, when a fella come at me and give me a thumping. Dooley tries to stop him, and he thrashes Dooley. I run out to find help.
Warehouse. Letter. It has come to our attention that one of your workmen, a certain Mr. Coulton, has been beating the child labourers. Our society finds this to be a matter of concern, as do you, no doubt. Please take action to curtail the practice. Miss Clara O'Day. So Clara O'Day is a character that we meet in the main game. Warehouse. Knife. Small knife with the initial D, crudely scratched into the handle.
I should go back and ask about this.
They're a rough bunch, but someone has to keep the kids in line.
That's Dooley's knife, all right. He never lent it to nobody.
A simple matter of murder. A man is dead and a boy's knife is bloody. The lad isn't sure what happened. Did the boy do it?
He's my brother. He don't like to work hard, so one of the workers give him a thrashing. I tried to stop it, and he stops hitting Buck and starts hitting me.
I was standing there, having a think, when a fella come at me and give me a thumping. Dooley tries to stop him, and he thrashes Dooley. I run out to find help. I was too scared to do anything.
Why would I kill a perfectly productive worker?
Me? No.
Oh, no, not so quickly. You have indeed solved this murder, according to the facts at hand. However, Artie, what advice would you give?
I would encourage you to look beyond the obvious, beyond surface appearances.
Try again. Use your powers to peer more deeply and see what you can discover.
There we go. So I remember being told that with this first investigation, the game wants you to fail the accusing at the start.
Try to establish a motive.
I'll just pause this just in case characters decide to start talking. Hey there, Babs. Morning afternoon to you as well. Oh, my Sunday was really good. Yeah, I had a good one. Things went well. How about your weekend? I hope you had a good weekend. Casper, did you watch the new AC Shadows video? Yeah, I watched the trailer for that game. I'm still not sold on the game, though. And I forgot that because I'm a day ahead, the actual Ubisoft Forward isn't until, today for me. Because I was looking for stuff, I was like, that's odd. There's not much about it. Kit Kat, thank you so very much for the 6 bits. Thank you very much for doing that. Thank you very much. How's things going today? Warehouse, large footprint. The imprint of a large worker's boot.
Which suspects had the opportunity to kill him?
Warehouse, medium footprint. The imprint of a medium-sized worker's boot. The imprint is marked by pebbles of coal and coal dust, making it possible to follow the tracks. Hey there, Lucas.
You can always check your case file to refresh your memory.
Yeah, no, I still streamed, but I started my stream late my time. So there was still a stream, but I started at around 10:30 p.m. my time. Lucas O'Rod, sometimes the future is a confusing place to be. It definitely can be as well. Because I was like, oh, I'll have a look and see what was revealed. Because I don't really care too much about the shadow stuff. I'm more wondering about the Infinity stuff. So when I saw that there wasn't anything revealed about that, I was like, oh, that's weird. But then I saw that the timer was still going for the Ubisoft Forward to start. So it's like, oh, okay. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Kit Kat, last of your biddies, lol. And you're welcome, you're great, thanks. That is no worries at all. Thank you so much for using the last of your bits. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that you're going great. Currently doing this DLC, The Dreadful Crimes, which I haven't done before because the Xbox version, which I used to always play, didn't actually have this content made available for it. So now that I play on the PlayStation, I can do it. So we're doing that now. Babs, you had a great weekend? Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome that it went well. Nice, Lucas. That's cool. You're playing a Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, I'm looking forward to replaying that game again in the future. Babs, was there any info on Infinity and what it will mean? There wasn't, Babs, no. There was only the gameplay trailer that they revealed during the Xbox showcase. So yeah, nothing from Ubisoft's side of things, like from their event has been revealed yet. But they really do need to release some info on that, because otherwise, it's just ridiculous. Kid Kat, okay, nice. Yeah. So this is new for me. I've seen bits and pieces of this content done before, but I've never done it myself. Lucas, you saw me playing it and ordered it. Nice. Well, that's really good. It's good when you can see a game that someone's playing and the person makes you feel like, oh yeah, this game will be good. Babs, you've been playing this evil horror puzzle game called Platform 8. The lack of info in Infinity makes you think it's not going to be good. An evil horror puzzle game, Platform 8. I don't think I've heard of that before. Is it something to do with like trains or something? Yeah, that's the thing, Babs, because if it is something that you have to actually have in order to play any of the games, what's the point in only showing what the games are coming out and not show the Infinity thing which is needed to play the games, if that is indeed still the way it's going to work, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but it'd be good to actually find out something on that.
Re-examine some of the clues more closely.
Me and Wilkins was working out here. We heard screaming. Wilkins went to see what it was about and never come back. I went to see for myself, and there he was, dead. I didn't stick around. Somebody might think I'd done it. The strange thing is, Wilkins weren't wearing no bandana when I was talking to him. Only the workmen in the brewery wear bandanas. You should talk to Morris there.
You can always check.
Wilkins wasn't the type to beat the children. On the contrary, he was forever getting in fights, trying to stop that sort of thing. The fumes can be a bit much in the brewery. When the men work in there, they wear bandanas.
Brewery, large footprint, the imprint of a large worker's boot. Brewery, cigarettes, stubbed out cigarette
I should
butts.
return and find out about this.
How would the murderer have done it?
Well, I was inside the brewery all day. I wear me bandana in there. Man has to, what with all the smells and fumes.
Knock, knock. Anyone home?
I don't much know who smokes here. Maybe Taylor? Cigarette might be his.
Babs, it's really cheap on Steam. It's got good jump scares, and you're an absolute wuss. So I imagine the jump scares are doing their magic and actually working.
I quit smoking months ago. You know, I saw somebody from the brewery having a smoke this morning. Didn't see who it was, though.
Well, like I said, I was inside. Didn't get a chance to come out to smoke. Colton left, though. You could talk to him. He's working in the loading area just now.
Loading area, cigarettes, stubbed out cigarette
I
butts.
wonder if someone can tell me more about this.
I was having a chat with one of the others when I heard a commotion and ran in there to find Wilkins dead. Poor bloke, killed by that filthy little bastard that we feed and pay. I don't smoke, never did.
I quit smoking months ago.
Well, like I said, I was inside. Didn't get a chance to come out to smoke.
Come on now.
Colton left, though. You could...
Fresh too.
Look for more clues.
I should go back and ask about this.
Look for more clues.
They're a rough bunch, but someone has to keep the kids in line. I just wish the grown-ups would quit fighting each other. Wilkins wasn't the type to beat the children. On the contrary, he was forever getting in fights, trying to stop that sort of thing. The fumes can be a bit much in the brewery. When the men work in there, they wear bandanas.
I was having a chat with one of the others when I heard a commotion and ran in there to find Wilkins dead. Poor bloke, killed by that filthy little bastard that we feed and pay. I should be foreman here. Wilkins coddled the boys like a mother hen. He come along and stops me giving the boys a beating.
That was much more difficult than it initially appeared. Well done.
Right, I'll have you. You're nicked. A simple matter of murder. An altercation between a boy and a workman ends in death for the workman. The boy remembers lifting a knife, but not the actual killing. Did he do it? No. In fact, the dead worker, one John Wilkins, heard screams and ran to offer assistance. Once there, he found the boy unconscious and another workman, Tom Coulton, standing unharmed. But Coulton, long angry with Wilkins, thought fast and stabbed the man with the boy's knife. He then put his own bandana over Wilkins's face. Quick thinking, however, did not win out. Coulton has been unmasked as the murderer, Henry Raymond. There we go. So as I was going around, I was thinking to myself, okay, so who could possibly have been the one that wanted Wilkins dead? You know what I mean? And so because this dude was like, oh, you know, the ones that we feed, you know, and pay for, you know, is talking about the child workers, you know. And so I thought, well, he seems a bit suspicious on that, and, you know, even though the knife had the initials of one of the boys, and it is his knife, he wasn't the one that did it. I didn't think it was the guy that was inside, because, like he said, he was inside and he saw Coulton actually leave. So that means that Coulton had the most opportunity to actually do the killing because he stepped outside. And leaving the cigarette butts there was a way to try and, you know, throw anyone off the scent and think, oh, maybe it's just one of the other workers. Rewards, capes, country cloak. Nice. Hey there, Stan. You did it. You confess all your crimes. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Stan. You never know. How's it going, Stan? Welcome. Capes, country cloak. So that will be for Evie. We're going to be switching to Evie to do the next one in this DLC anyway. So I'll switch to her now. And let's have a look at what the cape looks like that we just unlocked. Country cloak. Yeah. So that's what it looked like. Alright. I'm not going to have Evie wear it because it reduces defense and stealth, but you can see what it looks like there.
Let me handle this.
Alright, next dreadful crime. Over this way. So this entire stream will just be covering this content. I've got the channel point rewards for Leap of Fail and for choosing a side mission as Jacob or Evie. I've turned them off just to do this content, so I can keep it strictly to just doing this. And that way, people who don't care for this DLC, at least when they're watching the playthrough, they can skip this part. Especially because I'm doing it in the middle of the other stuff. Okay, so that was fast for the first one. Yeah, it was pretty fast, actually. Trying to be as thorough as I can. I'll be switching between Jacob and Evie anyway as we go through. There's about 10 of these investigations. Kit Kat makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's good to give people that option, because then at least they know that it's going to just be this one piece of content.
Please, I don't eat or drink.
The case of the conflicted courtship. Solve the perplexing murder of a woman in a public park.
A tragedy in the park.
Another chance to sort out a diabolical conundrum. One that I'll turn into a one-a-penny read for Purlock Publishing.
The park. Prudence Brown, a young woman with identifying papers, stabbed many times in highly violent manner. Wounds indicate a left-handed attacker. The park. Handbag. Contains an appointment diary. 10 a.m. Trevor. Park. Noon. Gilbert. His house. The address is indicated in the back of the agenda.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
The park. A packet. A small paper packet containing powdered medication. Stamped Dr. Trevor Alton with an address.
I should return and find out about this.
It's really cool to be able to do this content for the first time for me, because it gives me the Jack the Ripper vibes, because in Jack the Ripper you play as Evie, so to have Evie doing a crime investigation at this point in 1868 versus Jack the Ripper in 1888 You know, it's really interesting. The park, knife. The bloodied murder weapon. It is a standard kitchen knife.
I'll have to ask you to move along. No one allowed here.
Hello there, Brutus. How's it going? Oh, that's excellent, Brutus. I'm glad that you're going great. And as for me, I'm doing really well. Having a good day.
Prudence and I are engaged to be married. I'm desperate to see her. She should be by any moment. She had something important to tell me. I'm worried she's going to break off the engagement.
Sorry, Gilbert, but she's dead. Gilbert's house. Letter from Prudence. Dearest Gilbert, I have something of the utmost importance to tell you. I shall call tomorrow at noon. Please, dear Gilbert, know that whatever I have to say, I will always hold you in the highest esteem. Your Prudence. The letterhead gives Prudence's address.
You're trespassing!
Excuse me, but this is a crime scene investigation? Well, it's not really a crime scene. This part here is not a crime scene, obviously. But your house. But isn't it Gilbert's house? Hey, Gilbert, there's someone claiming that it's their house, not yours. Consider that a divorce. Thank you for redeeming that, Mr. Goatee from Total Recall. How's things going today, dude? Mr. Goethe, good. Up to the final chapter of Lost Judgment. So today, chapter 12, and you got an appointment tomorrow, and you get to relax the rest of the week. Well, I'm glad to hear that, dude. That's good. That you're going well. Hope that you're enjoying the game. And that's great as well, knowing that you're able to relax the rest of the week.
Not anymore.
Oh my god, you serious? Just climb up. Climb up. Climb up. Climb up. Up. There we go. Mr. Gote, how's Syndicate going for you? Keen for the new AC game? Our Syndicate's going well. I'm doing the Dreadful Crimes DLC now, which is content I've never done myself before because the Xbox version never got it. So now that I'm playing the PlayStation version, of course, I'm able to access it, so we're doing that right now. But I'm not really looking forward to the next AC game because I'm disillusioned with the franchise moving forward, and I will need to know what's happening with Infinity before I decide if any games are worth looking forward to. Prudence's house, unsent letter to Dr. Alton. Dearest Trevor, I must tell you that this evening something unsettling occurred. After our tete-a-tete in the park, I set off for home, all the while thinking of you. But suddenly a young woman appeared and began to berate me in the street, never ceasing to shout insults and shameful allegations involving someone named Baxter. Isn't that the patient you have had such trouble with? Oh, my dear, I managed to slip away, but it was so terribly upsetting. But now I see that it is too late to post this, and I will see you tomorrow in any case, my love. Prudence's house, Prudence's diary. Several entries stand out. I hold Gilbert in the greatest esteem, but I simply cannot imagine marriage and all it entails. I've seen so little of the world. I've begun to see a doctor in an attempt to calm my nerves and concentrate my mind. Dr. Alton is kind and gentle, and the solicitous manner with which he listens is as beneficial as any medication. Oh, what a rapturous night. The timid Dr. Trevor Alton has surprising depths. We had a chance encounter in the park, whereupon he began to speak to me with such intensity and passion, I was quite swept up. Soon his ardent kisses took my breath away. Could it be that I found love at last? And what then of my engagement to Gilbert? My feelings for Trevor, it seems so silly to call him Dr. Alton now, are as strong as ever but mixed with concern. He has become moody, even tormented. He complains of his experimental treatment and of his patients. I have told him that I plan to break things off with Gilbert. Trevor and I are to meet in the park this morning. Is a proposal in the offing? If he does propose, oh please let it be so. I shall go directly to Gilbert and break it off with him. A swift, sharp break is best for everyone. She's like, I'm sorry, Gilbert, but I met a love doctor. Okay, there was another clue. But where is it? Oh no, suspects. Another suspect to meet at the other location. Out the window. Out the window. Out the window. Out the...
Get him.
Dr. Alton's office, Mr. Shelby's medical file. Since using this treatment, Mr. Shelby has overcome his paralyzing timidity with astonishing success. However, owing to the effects I've seen of the same drug on Mr. Baxter, I feel obliged to terminate Mr. Shelby's use altogether.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
Dr. Alton's office, Prudence's medical file. Miss Brown came to see me, oppressed by grave anxiety concerning her recent engagement. This was not a medical concern, but nevertheless I prescribed a mild sedative. However, she has since embarked on an irregular relationship with someone I shall not name. This situation is intolerable. That's interesting. He wanted to not mention that it was him. Dr. Alton's office, personal note. Doctor, I do hope that our professional relationship does not preclude a closer rapport. Yours, most sincerely, Miss Claire Knight. Dr. Alton's office, Baxter's medical file. Baxter now appears to be totally reliant on the treatment. He consumes far more than the prescribed dosage and is constantly demanding more. In addition, he has become alarmingly aggressive, going so far as to assault me physically. Furthermore, he has recklessly seduced several women over the past few weeks.
I believe I should re-interrogate a suspect.
So I guess then he's a serial seducer, one could say, instead of a serial killer. Okay, so there's another clue somewhere. Here it is. Dr. Alton's office, doctor's note. Dear Miss Knight, I would ask you to please suspend Mr. Shelby's prescription. This note, as well as all medical entries in the office, appear to be written by a right-handed man. Okay, so there was something about the body of the murdered woman that suggested it was someone with the left hand. However, obviously, that doesn't mean that it was someone who is naturally left-handed. It could have been someone who was right-handed but wanted to throw someone off the scent by making it look like that someone with the left hand had done it. So it's one of those things too, but you could also argue that someone who is predominantly left-handed would not have trouble doing things that are left-handed, whereas someone who's been predominantly right-handed, when they try to do something with their left hand, might be weaker. However, there's also people who are ambidextrous, and it doesn't matter with whether they're using their left or right hand, so they're quite clever in these clues.
Oh my God, Prudence! How horrible! I was about to propose. But I don't understand. She and I didn't have a meeting arranged today. It is true that we sometimes meet in the park, but there was no arrangement for this morning. That's very odd indeed. Prudence was a patient here, but wasn't given this prescription. There's no reason that she should be carrying such a packet. You appreciate, I'm sure, that I cannot discuss the condition of any of my patients.
Okay, so that is that. That's the doctor spoken to for now.
I'm sorry to hear about her murder. She was a patient here, but increasingly began to stop by socially. Mr. Baxter apparently attacked the doctor yesterday. It was after hours, but the doctor did have a cut on his cheek. Poor man. Dr. Alton makes house calls to see him. Baxter doesn't come into the office. I make up the prescriptions and he picks them up at noon when I'm away at lunch. So she was meeting Dr. Alton in the park, was she? My understanding was that she was engaged to someone. In any case, the good doctor could do better, in my opinion. Perhaps now he will.
I don't know any of Dr. Alton's other patients. I'm quite angry, actually. I was having such terrific results. I felt like a new man. Much more vigorous and outgoing. But the doctor has ended the prescription altogether for no reason.
Alright, now that we have new information, let's go back to Gilbert's house. And speak to him. Hey there, Shaky. How's your day going today?
Prudence has been so distant lately. I believe she has a misplaced affection for her doctor, the cad. I would make a much more appropriate husband, and the wedding is planned. Prudence and I are engaged to be married. I'm desperate to see her. She should be by any moment. She had something important to tell me. I'm worried she's going to break off the engagement.
Hey there, Godfather Al. Demigod Rod. Demi-Rod God. Now that would be interesting, if that was true. How's things going today? Dr. Alton's office.
An unfortunate incident. One of my patients became overexcited. You appreciate, I'm sure, that I cannot discuss the condition of any of my patients. That's very odd indeed. Prudence was a patient here, but wasn't given this prescription. There's no reason that she should be carrying such a packet.
All right. Prudence Brown. A young woman with identifying papers, stabbed many times in a highly violent manner. Wounds indicate a left-handed attacker. A small paper packet containing powdered medication stamped Dr. Trevor Alton with an address. Contains an appointment diary. 10 a.m. Trevor Park. Noon Gilbert, his house. The address is indicated. Knife. Bloody murder weapon. It is a standard kitchen knife. Personal note. Doctor, I do hope that our professional relationship does not preclude a closer rapport. Yours most sincerely, Miss Claire Knight. Dear Miss Knight, I would ask you to please suspend Mr. Shelby's prescription. Baxter now appears to be totally reliant on treatment. He consumes far more than the prescribed dosage. In addition, he has become alarmingly aggressive, going so far as to assault me physically. Furthermore, he has recklessly seduced several women over the past few weeks. Since using this treatment, Mr. Shelby has overcome his paralyzing timidity with astonishing success. However, owing to the effects I've seen of the same drug on Mr. Baxter, I feel obliged to terminate Mr. Shelby's use altogether. Miss Brown came to see me, oppressed by grave anxiety concerning her recent engagement. This was not a medical concern, but nevertheless I prescribed a mild sedative. However, she has since embarked on an irregular relationship with someone I shall not name. This situation is intolerable. Dearest Gilbert, I have something of the utmost importance to tell you. I shall call tomorrow at noon. Please, dear Gilbert, know that whatever I have to say, I always hold you in the highest esteem. Your Prudence. I hold Gilbert in the greatest esteem, but I simply cannot imagine marriage and what it entails. I have seen so little of the world. I have begun to see a doctor and attempt to calm my nerves and concentrate my mind. Dr. Alton is kind and gentle, and the solicitous manner with which he listens is beneficial as any medication. What a rapturous night. Okay, so Dr. Trevor Alton, surprising deaths. This is Prudence talking. Alright. So, I could be wrong, but I know who I'm going to accuse. Only one way to find out. By accusing them and see if the game is like yes or no. Ah, the game won't let me yet. Okay.
So she was meeting Dr. Alton in the park, was she? My understanding was that she was engaged to someone. In any case, the good doctor could do better, in my opinion. Perhaps now he will. Mr. Baxter apparently attacked the doctor yesterday. It was after hours, but the doctor did have a cut on his cheek. Poor man. Dr. Alton makes house calls to see him. Baxter doesn't come into the office. I make up the prescriptions and he picks them up at noon when I'm away at lunch.
convincing's not enough. It's Parliament. Perfectly, sir.
Oh, no wonder why. There's a suspect I haven't met yet.
I saw her kissing my man in the park, didn't I? I followed her to the street yesterday, but lost her. I'll come every day if need be, until I catch her again. That trollop better promise to let him alone, or I'll give her what for. He's all mine, I tell you. All the girls want a bit of Baxter, but they can't have him. You ask him yourself, he lives just that way.
Okay, so let's go to Baxter's house. That's the location that we didn't get yet because we hadn't spoken to that suspect just now. In Assassin's Creed Unity, with the murder mysteries, you don't have to go to all the locations and look at all the clues. You can just go to who you think it might be and just be like, accuse. But in this game, they've made it, well, this DLC I should specify, they've made it that you have to get all the clues looked at and all the people spoken to, and then the game will let you actually do accusations. Baxter's house, scattered papers. I always get what I want. It is my due. Written by a left-handed man. Baxter's house, scattered papers. She plans to break her engagement. Because of you. I won't have it. I shall marry her myself. At least that way she will remain a respectable woman. Written by a right-handed man. Huh. Aha, I know what this... This is reminding me of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Baxter's house, scattered papers. She means nothing to you. You are a monster of my own making. Written by a right-handed man. I can't extinguish your life, so I shall extinguish hers. Written by a left-handed man. There is a spot of blood on the note. Hey Hermione, welcome on in. It's going really good. I'm doing this Murder Mystery DLC for the first time, because the Xbox version never got it. So now that I'm playing the PlayStation version, I can access it. I'm not in great depth about it, but I saw it, and some of the stuff looks good. But I still need to know about Infinity, more importantly, than Shadows. You are nothing but a burden to me, a pathetic, snivelling burden. If only I could be rid of you. Written by a left-handed man. Many empty paper packets. They have a residue of powder on them.
I believe I should reinterrogate a suspect.
Collection of kitchen knives identical to the one found on the crime scene. One is missing. There we go. Okay. Back to the doc's office we go. Hermione, you're stoked about it, but we'll see, and calculates about 12.5 hours. Yeah, that was the funny thing I was saying earlier, that because I live in Australia, it's been the 10th of June for a long time already. But the time on which the 10th of June will take place for when they're broadcasting it hasn't been reached yet. But I was wondering why there wasn't much reveal, because I thought surely they would have revealed more than just like a teaser trailer for the thing. Okay, so it's not him. It's not the patient. It's the doctor. Nyeh. What's up, Doc? Ain't I a stinker?
Oh God, it's true. I couldn't help myself. The powder unleashed a creature within me. He seduced the innocent Prudence and then killed her to prevent us from marrying. It's too horrible.
I knew something was amiss with the medical powder, but didn't understand until you found those papers. Well done.
Right, I'll have you. You're nicked.
Off to the clink with you.
The case of the conflicted courtship. Dr. Trevor Alton's experimental medication seemed to be so successful on one of his patients that he tried it himself and created a monster. Going under the name of Baxter, this second, drug-altered personality lived a wild, scandalous life, seducing women as he went. The unsuspecting Prudence Brown, believing him to be Dr. Alton, fell in love with the passionate Baxter. Meanwhile, Baxter continued his seductions, which included the possessive Lulu, who later followed Prudence, planning to threaten her. Horrified by Baxter's actions, Dr. Alton resolved to marry Prudence in order to save her reputation. Baxter, however, would not have his freedom curtailed in any way, and arranged to meet Miss Brown in the park, where he viciously murdered her, a crime for which Dr. Alton will pay the price. Henry Raymond. Now this actually makes me wonder who actually wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Okay, so it was by Robert Louis Stevenson. In the late 1700s, Brodie, a man from a family in Edinburgh's upper society with a good day job, was caught, tried and hanged for serial theft, and inspired the 1886 horror story The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. So this DLC takes place in 1868, and the Jack the Ripper DLC takes place in 1888, so 1886. So Evie would have been about 38 years old in 1886. Same with Jacob. Hermione, will you be awake to catch Ubisoft Forward Live? Maybe, but if not, it doesn't matter, because I'll just check stuff later. Okay, so I've done one as Jacob and one as Evie. Now to switch back to Jacob. We do the next one. Alright, so this one's over that way. I was just thinking you could do, and it's probably been done before, but a story where you have a series of murders happening. It'd be probably better to have it set in like a past time period. All these murders are happening, and the main character is a doctor. No, not a doctor, sorry. A detective. The main character is a detective. And anyway, the twist would be that the detective is the one actually doing the murders, but he suffers from memory loss. And it would be interesting to put that story in a time period where we didn't really know too much about memory loss. You know what I mean? So it could be one of the earliest cases of memory loss. But anyway, I was just brainstorming that. Someone out there has probably already done it as a story. Hermione so investigates his own murders. That's it, Hermione, yeah. Yeah, he investigates his own murders. Hello, Arthur Conan Doyle. Death stalks the Colonel. Determine which bullet struck and killed the former Colonel.
There you are. This could be interesting. There's no shortage of firearms in this neighborhood.
I suspect the solution will turn on geometry, timing, and human nature.
There may be a penny dreadful in it. Look into it, won't you?
Alright. Wanted to pour myself a new drink before continuing. Hermione, that's a cool premise, for sure. You're not into crime detective literature, but you're sure somebody's already written that, right? I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, Hermione. I mean, that's the thing about coming up with original ideas now. It's not so much, can you come up with something that has zero elements of something else? It's more, what can you actually draw upon and then mix together in a different way to get a different kind of thing at the outcome. Like if you look at crime fiction as a genre on its own, you can apply that to anything. You can make a crime story a sci-fi one, you know. Obviously Blade Runner has done something like that. You know, you got a detective in a future where there's all this really, you know, futuristic tech and stuff. So you can combine the two, you know. So you could take a situation where people are trapped inside a building, and you can make it that they're actually trapped inside a building back in some prehistoric time period, you know, and they're hiding from like dinosaurs or something, you know. It's not completely original, but you can come up with new combinations of things, and then it just depends on how well you do it. Bit of claret. Munitions factory, Prescott's body. Lewis Prescott, killed by a single bullet that entered his chest, passed directly through his heart and exited from his back. Bloodstain, spread in a way that indicates the direction of the bullet. Munitions factory clock. There is a hexagon-shaped bullet lodged exactly below the numeral 12. The clock is still running. Hermione, Rod, you think that is the definition of creativity? Nobody begins from scratch. Hell, just take what we're going right now by communicating. Neither of us has invented the words we're using, right? Exactly, that's it, you know. Like, if you're purely copying something that's already been done before, like if I was to do a story about a teenager who has a professor friend who actually creates a time machine, and the professor friend gets attacked by Libyans, and basically the younger character gets into the DeLorean and actually uses it and goes back in the past and inadvertently interrupts his own father from meeting his mother and for them falling in love. That's not original, because I'm basically just describing Back to the Future, you know. But if I take the element of a teenager traveling through time, I take the element of something bad happens, and I take the element of the person goes back in time to stop it from happening, those three elements, even though they are part of what makes Back to the Future, they're not exactly down to the bone what Back to the Future is, because I can do anything with those three elements to create something new. But we're combining them in new ways. Exactly, Hermione, yeah. Babs, it was a podcast about a dystopian future set on a spaceship city called Typhon. There are no B's on Typhon. Aw. What about A's and C's and D's all the through disease?
I believe I should re-interrogate a suspect.
Re-interrogate a subject? We haven't even interrogated any subject in this investigation. Jacob, what are you talking about? You're jumping ahead of yourself, mate. A hole made by a hexagonal bullet. The hole is bloody. Munitions factory. Feather. A single white feather.
Now, I didn't ask about this.
We haven't asked anyone about anything yet. Banner. The banner for the 11th Regiment of Foot, marked Gold Coast, Ashanti campaign.
I believe I should re-interrogate a suspect.
Dynamite crates. Empty munitions crates clearly marked Prescott Munitions number 408. Ah, Detective Eveline. I mean, the person who says that they're Frederick Aberline, the real Frederick Aberline is a master of disguise. There's no way that we could actually know that it was him. So I don't think this is the Frederick Aberline. We'll just play along with him, though.
From what I can gather, Prescott was shot almost exactly at 12 o'clock noon. Apparently they put the clock there while doing some repairs. It still runs, I notice. The young lads across the street were fooling with a pistol they'd found. A bullet must have gone astray through the wooden fence. Hit Mr. Prescott smack in the chest. Bloody unlucky for all concerned. When Colonel Prescott retired from the army, he used his connections and started this munitions factory. He wanted the men that served with him to have work when they left the army.
He was a good man. Very honourable. I'm proud to have served under Colonel Prescott in the 11th Foot Gold Coast, Africa. Prescott put that up in memory of the time he led a sortie across the Pra River to outflank Ashanti warriors. Things turned out badly that day. Horrific. We lost several of our comrades. Prescott wanted us to remember them. I was on my way here. Heard 2 shots I did, right at the stroke of noon. Bullet hole in the clock. Huh, that's a new one. It could have already been there when I arrived at noon. Or maybe it was the second shot I heard.
Inspect. Courtyard bullet hole. Indicates that the bullet exited the courtyard. Target. Handmade by the orphans. A mark. The place the children stood when firing at the target. Ah, there's another bit of clue. Beer. A large puddle of beer. Other puddles continue along the street. Okay, I'll follow that in a moment.
We stood right there on a mark and shot the target. I went to shoot, but there was a loud bang. I was surprised and missed the target completely. It wasn't me who killed the man. I'm no murderer. We found a revolver underneath the lumberyard window. Don't know where it came from.
Impact mark. Appears a small heavy object may have fallen here, perhaps a revolver.
Him and me like to insult each other. I was a lieutenant under his command in Africa. I love the army. No one questions you when you wear a uniform. Anyways, every morning when he arrived, we'd call out and joke with each other. Yeah. Well, Prescott led a flanking sortie that went wrong. Lots of casualties. Some men called the colonel a coward, but it were really just bad luck. Anyway, he resigned. To make amends, he offered work at his factory whenever one of us left the army.
Okay, so back to this puddle of beer. It's so funny. I just remembered. It's nothing to do with this, but in the Mummy remake, the 1999 one, there's this. I don't know if he was a general. He was a general. Anyway, he was a general in the army, and he's getting drunk, and he is drunk, and there's a fountain where he's drinking, and he walks through the fountain, and he's like, "Some bloody idiot spilled his drink." I just remembered that now when I was looking at the puddles of beer. Made me think of that moment. Empty barrel. There is a round hole through one of the panels. Inside is a spent bullet. The caliber of the bullet matches the orphan's revolver. So whoever used the gun, or had the gun first, threw it on the ground outside the window where that dude was that we spoke to, and one of the orphans picked up the gun, and that's when they started using it for shooting practice. But that doesn't necessarily mean that one of them shot them. A goose. A partially plucked dead white goose. I really like these because they make you start to think things through. You know what I mean? It's like thinking of the sequence of events, you know, what happened first or what might have happened, and looking at all possibilities and not straight away just being like, right, that's what it is, because it could be something else, you know, trying to think outside the box and think from a different angle on something. Backpack. The flap bears the insignia of the 11th Regiment on foot. I think that might be why detective stuff interests me, because I don't really have a good mind for a lot of really detail-oriented stuff, at least not in the way that would be useful to actually, you know, solve things. But vicariously through video games that have this and other games that are like this, like Call of Cthulhu and stuff like that, I get to actually experience that kind of, you know, thinking. Medicine. Treatment for trypanosomiasis. 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 A disease transmitted by tsetse flies in Africa.
I believe I should reinterrogate a suspect.
Mind, this is why you love hanging out on Rod streams, among other things, his random digressions when watching puddles. That's true. Yeah, it's so funny what can come to your mind. Like, that movie in particular, I have actually thought about it in recent times, you know, the last few months, but also I think too because that's the way my memory works sometimes. It won't be until I see something else that it triggers something where I'm like, oh, that reminds me of this.
Saw him each morning as I drove by. Seemed like a good sort. We lost an entire barrel of beer, damn it. I heard two loud bangs, but thought nothing of it.
Later, I found a bullet hole in a barrel. Imagine that, a bullet hole. My lad Samuel might know more. He's around back, tossing trash in the river. The poor lad. Fell on my doorstep a few years ago. He's in a bad way, has some sort of malady. Rides in the back while I make deliveries. Hard worker, very determined.
I just drop off beer. Don't pay much attention to people along the way. There was an hole in a barrel. I've got no explanation for that. That's for some sickness I picked up a while ago. Can't remember the name of it.
Alright, so... that would be this. The medicine. Treatment for trypanosomiasis. A disease transmitted by say flies in Africa.
I should go back and ask about this.
That's for some sickness I picked up a while ago. Can't remember the name of it.
Alright, so we have a dead goose. We have that medicine. We have a barrel with a bullet hole in it. Why would someone want to shoot a barrel full of, well, an empty one? Bullet matches the orphan's revolver.
The poor lad. Fell on my doorstep a few years ago. He's in a bad way, has some sort of malady. Rides in the back while I make deliveries. Hard worker, very determined.
I just drop off beer. Don't pay much attention to people along the way.
Okay, so there was a war,
I wonder if someone can tell me
a
more
skirmish that took place in Africa that Prescott was involved in. The dude in the building where we found the revolver talked about how a lot of people died in that offensive. I didn't find this clue before. Whitworth rifle. The first sniper rifle has an astonishing accuracy. This particular one smells as though it's been fired within the past few hours. Also, a regimental insignia is carved into the stock. 11th Regiment of Foot, Gold Coast.
I believe I should re-interrogate a suspect.
There he is.
I admit it. I sell stolen rifles and pistols. All very hush-hush. Black market. I brought that gun back from Africa. I was a sniper fighting the Ashanti. I used that gun this morning for Prescott's challenge. It's the only Whitworth we have. I'd never sell it. I made that shot. Early this morning, Prescott challenged me to plug the 12 from my shot. I missed just slow. No one witnessed it. It was too early in the morning. Me? I couldn't have shot him from the attic at that angle. I only shot a clock.
Alright, that's fair enough. Okay, so let's go back, because I think that it was this other guy.
His goddamn cowardice in Africa got me best friends killed. He should have faced a firing squad.
Very good sleuthing on your part. It's a miracle anyone survived, what with all those bullets whizzing about.
Right, I'll have you. You're nicked. Death stalks the Colonel. An army sharpshooter watches his friends die in a bungled military maneuver and vows revenge. Slowed by a tropical disease contracted on the Gold Coast, Private Samuel Fry, spent years planning his vengeance on Lewis Prescott, the Colonel whose cowardice meant death for his companions. He taunted Prescott with the symbolic white feather and then, at the stroke of noon, took his final revenge. Many bullets flew that day. A bullet from the shop attic lodged in Prescott's factory clock. A bullet from the revolver found by some children lodged in a passing beer cart. And the bullet fired by Samuel from the back of that cart struck Prescott directly in the heart. There we go. So that's the first the first crime as part of this DLC that I haven't gotten the correct person straight away. But that's okay. Next time I do this, I'll know. Okay, now it's Evie's turn again. This was the most... the outfit that I have Evie wearing isn't necessarily, what you could call stylistically similar to something that relates to murder mysteries and stuff, but I figured that it's the closest I can get to something that is based on fiction, because the murders themselves are actually, like Artie, that little kid, he's actually author Arthur Conan Doyle as a kid. Later he goes on to write the character of Sherlock Holmes. So I already know that part about the DLC. So yeah, I've got Jacob wearing an outfit that looks like a Sherlock Holmes one, but the closest I could get to having Evie wear something that was, related to murder and stuff is the Dracula related stuff. I mean, technically vampires are murdering people, so it fits. Plus, I really like this outfit, so I thought this would be also a good opportunity to have Evie wear it in the playthrough. Thanks for the GGs, Hermione. You're going to go do stuff, but you'll be lurking. Enjoy. Thank you so very much for leaving the lurk, Hermione. Really appreciate that, dude.
Spare a penny? Oh, please, sir, please, a penny. Please.
So if we have a look at the dreadful crimes... That's Charles Darwin, not dreadful crimes. Here we go. Alright, so we're on to the 4th out of 10. The Fiend of Fleet Street. Solve the case of the missing Detective Murphy.
Ah, this is one that's most promising.
An important detective is missing. Skullduggery is surely afoot.
Solve it, and I'll write it up quick as you please.
Good day.
Oh look, it's the person that claims that they're Frederick Aberline, the great Master of Disguise detective. But I don't think it's really him, because the Master of Disguise surely wouldn't be recognizable. Let's get that carriage out of the way by throwing a smoke bomb at it. It'll make the horses run off.
He's a friend of mine. The whole station is out looking for him as we speak. Ironically, he came here on an investigation himself. Seems several people have gone missing in this part of town. We've had reports of missing people over the last few months. Detective Murphy is just the most recent and the only one who's anybody to speak of.
Very bad.
Hello, Lord Zyron. How's things been?
Where the hell did he get to then?
An odd sort of detective who gets lost.
Manure. A sack of manure for plants. Examination shows that small bits of bone are mixed in. One appears to be a human knuckle.
I should return and find out about this.
Not too bad. You just got home from security course first lesson today. Ah, how did that go? A leather bag, made of pale leather. On the bottom is a fading green image. It appears to be a cross of some sort.
There, girl. What you got there?
Woman's jacket, made of soft brushed leather, decorated with diamond-shaped holes.
I saw him going into the barber shop when I was on my way to work. In this kind of neighborhood, people come and go.
So Fleet Street automatically makes me think of Sweeney Todd, the demon barber of Fleet Street. Lord Zoran, pretty good, brain overload, but it is a refresher for you since you had done Cert 3 before, now you're redoing Cert 2 because Cert 3 is outdated. Oh, well that's definitely understandable. And especially too, like there'd be a lot of information to actually have to cover as well. But that's cool that you're able to do the Cert 2 now.
An odd man indeed. He spent a fair amount of time in here, poking around. Some people around town just seem to vanish. It is mysterious. George delivers that to us. It's amazing. The flowers just grow and grow. Sweet boy. Constantly giving my assistant gifts, a jacket, a handbag, and so on.
Uh-huh. A jacket, eh? Made of human skin, perhaps? Crate of meat. A crate of meat with no label. The meat smells a little odd.
That's unusual.
Just a little odd. Yep, you had 95 questions to do today, but you stopped at question 63 since you covered a lot of slides today. Oh, yeah. That'd be the thing too, covering things that are just images, you know, and looking at those as well. Still, that's definitely a lot of questions that you had gotten through in one day. It's good that it's sort of split up like that too. Casper jacket, is it? Made of human skin. Bills. Bills paid. Several from George for meat delivery. It seems Mrs. Moffat pays promptly and gets a good deal from George. Lazarin, it's an open book course as well, so you're doing it together, so it helps it as well. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, because at the end of the day, it's all information, right? And so being able to look for the answers in something that you already have definitely still means that you're getting that information as well. So it's not like you're, you know, having to... It's not like it's an automatic thing where once you've actually done it, it's going to be like, you know... It's not like a video game where, you know, if you do something, it puts a cheat code in or something. You know what I mean? So it's definitely good to be able to do that, because then you can just go, right, what's the question? Oh yeah, let's look for the answer in the actual book that we've got. But taking a break right now, may play some AC3 Remastered later. Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. Will you be starting that playthrough, or are you already in the middle of one?
He was in here asking about missing people. Bought a meat pie, he did. Stayed and chatted for a few minutes, then headed off to the barber. I'm told that some people have gone missing, but I don't know anything about it. George delivers meat for my pies. Lovely lad. I pay on delivery. I believe he picks it up from a local butcher shop.
Lord Zyron, you were playing it. You completed the game 100%. Oh, nice. That's cool. And there's definitely a lot in that game to get to 100%. I remember one time when I was doing that, I accidentally sold all the items that I had, which ended up being the ones for the item requests. So I had to get all the hunting stuff all over again. Oh yeah, that was so annoying when that happened. Leather scrap. A sheet of leather with a diamond-shaped hole in it. Leatherworking tools. A collection of sharp knives and strong, thick needles. Also several awls, some of which would be used to punch distinctively shaped holes. Yeah, Lord Zyron. This is the PlayStation version that I'm playing. I used to always play the Xbox version, and the Dreadful Crimes murder mystery stuff never came out for the Xbox, only for PC and PlayStation. So this is actually the first time now that I'm playing through this DLC content. I've seen it before, not every single investigation, but I've seen it before, so I know what happens at the end and stuff. But I don't necessarily know all the details, though.
He came in asking lots of questions. I believe I answered them to his satisfaction. I suppose there are a few people I haven't seen in a while. Why would you want to know about him? Stupid boy. He does deliver tan leather on occasion, but I really have very little to do with him.
Well, Zoran, nice. Which one are you doing now? So this one that we're actually currently on is the... Hang on, I'll have to go to the other progress tracker, that's right. Oh, hang on. Whoops. I guess I've skipped one. This is... Okay, the murder of the I didn't realize. Alright, so the Fiend of Fleet Street. I just assumed that each one was unlocked one at a time. But yeah, the one that I'm currently doing is the Fiend of Fleet Street. I didn't realize that it's actually the fifth one, not the fourth one. Lord Zoran, find one who doing the jackets out of human skin. Okay, let's go to the barber shop. Razors. Sharpen barber's razors. Blood. Several drops of blood. Someone has stepped in it, leaving a trail.
Find out about this.
Yeah, I gave him a trim. He asked no-ended questions. When I cut his hair, I notices a tattoo right at the base of his neck. A green Celtic cross it was. You're right. Several people have disappeared over the past months. Some of them were customers of mine. I'm trying to quit drinking. Sometimes my hand shakes when I'm given a shave. George was in here earlier, getting an haircut. He wanted to look nice for his girl. He's been seeing Joanna from the flower shop for some time now. Said he's finally saved up enough money to pop a question.
trust me.
Alright, the game won't let me accuse who I think it is yet, so we'll have to go and see the other locations first.
You mean the annoying bloke nosing around? I told him to sod off. I pride myself on the quality of the beef I sell. Somebody selling cheap around here, though, my sales have dropped off. George? I don't know any George.
That's who I suspect, Lord Zyron. But also, I'd like to not know stuff before. I'd like to actually solve these on my own.
Get off, you!
George is my sweetheart. I think he plans to propose marriage soon. Maybe even today. George, I hoped he'd stop by. I want to see his new haircut. He must be at his house. Oh, I do hope he proposes soon.
Travel.
Stand precise. Huh. Oh.
A ledger, a list of pickups and drop-offs. The pickups are mysterious. The drop-offs are meat delivered to bakery, manure to florist, leather to Tobias, leather delivered to a leather worker. The total show a thriving business, but the supplier gets most of the money.
Get out! Explain what you... Smells like trouble.
Hey Lord Zyron, no backseating is one of the tags for this channel. Diary. A diary entry indicating that George is becoming increasingly suspicious concerning his deliveries. Now that I have enough set aside to propose to Joanna, I've written to a detective about any suspicions regarding the true source of the products I deliver. George's body. George is very recently dead. His chest has a puncture wound, a diamond-shaped hole. Okay, so that's all the clues found in this location.
There's some injustice there.
Counting on you.
AC, back off, back the fuck off. I don't need you two watching over your shoulder. It was so funny in that part there because I was getting annoyed at the NPCs that were talking to Evie. It's like, Evie is allowed to be here. She's investigating this murder.
All I did was give him an haircut. Nothing wrong with that.
There we go. So it's not him. That's actually pretty good. Because if you know the story of Sweeney Todd, it makes you think that maybe they're just not wanting to suffer copyright. So they call him Feeny Sod.
You won't believe
I'm just one woman. How could I have got rid of all those bodies? Excuse me, I think I'm going to be sick. I just thought... How exactly did they get rid of the bodies?
In the meat pies.
We're counting on you, Max. Can't do it without you. Isn't that right, Samuel?
George? I don't know any George.
It won't let me...
I pride myself on the quality of the beef I sell. Somebody selling cheap around here, though, my sales have dropped off.
Watch yourself. Fuck off.
Watch yourself. Fuck off. Wait. Let's accuse Aveline. No, just kidding.
He was coming too close to figuring out where all those people went. They got parceled out to the baker, the florist, and me.
You very cleverly puzzled that one out. A very unpleasant crime. Perfect for one of Mr. Raymond's penny dreadfuls.
Right, I'll have you. You're nicked. The Fiend of Fleet Street. Even a detective can run adrift when a nefarious business is afoot. Was Detective Murphy getting too close to a secret source of raw goods? A leather worker was in the habit of doing away with local folk, flaying them, and then chopping them up. He had the skin tanned for leather, the bones ground up to sell as manure, and the bloody flesh sold to supply pie shops with cheap meat, all delivered by the unwitting carter George. Thus did the fiend take macabre pleasure in seeing his victims happily consumed by the citizens of Fleet Street. Alright, so now we switch back to Jacob, and it's his turn. Oh yeah, Lord Zyron, very creepy. Like, yeah. Imagine finding out that that's what you had been actually eating. Okay, what was this one called? The Mystery of the Twice Dead Professor. Cool. Alright, so this one is actually the fourth one. I didn't realize that it's not, hey, you solved one, now the next one. Lucas, am I getting tired of AC? Sometimes I do, if I'm being honest. Which is one of the reasons why I wanted to not do dedicated days all throughout the year for the series.
Maybe you change your attitude if I come over there.
Zara, but back then you'll never know what meat you're eating because you bought it for cheap. Well, that's another good point too, as well. Like, you don't know what extra things were being put into stuff. Especially things that later were found to be unhealthy, but at the time they might not have been considered bad. Look, so don't blame you, it gets old doing the same thing over and over again. Yeah, I mean, I try to keep it as fresh as possible for myself to just do different kinds of playthroughs and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not sick of it where I'm like never going to play them again. But sometimes I'm like, there's other games that I could be doing as well that I want to do, but I'm doing this, you know. But doing a big marathon like this, this is the only game so far where I've done like an in-depth playthrough for the marathon. But I've gotten a lot of the stuff done that was very time intensive for this playthrough, so for the rest of the run, it won't be that bad. Zoran, you heard that Ubisoft are remastering from the ground up the Black Flag and maybe AC1? I think they are, yeah. Too bad they haven't released their first remake that they've done, which hasn't come out yet, Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. Babs, you love the way you play games. You would watch you play anything. Oh, well, thank you, Babs. I appreciate that. You know, I understand that not every game is for everyone, but it is good to know that there are, you know, some games that, you know, even if they're not that exciting, that there's still, you know, something that you can be entertained by with the stream, so that's cool. The mystery of the twice-dead professor. Solve the mystery of the professor who, once buried, returned to die in his parlor.
Here's an especially exciting one. Perfect for a penny dreadful.
A famous professor dies twice.
That's once more than usual. Twice as many sales. My name will soon be known across the nation.
This is unrelated, but it just reminded me of the James Bond novel and movie of the same title. I've never read the novel, though, but You Only Live Twice. Professor Bing's body. The body shows evidence of having been in a terrible struggle. There is a deep cut to the forehead that appears to be surgical. The cut goes into the skull itself. Personal letter. My dearest love, I do not understand your father's antipathy towards me. I fear that he will take steps to disrupt our engagement. Please obtain his assurances that, no matter if you marry me or no, he will render you your due when the time comes. Your betrothed, Virginia. I'll investigate the clues first, because sometimes you get extra things to ask someone after looking at a certain clue. A sculpture. An intricately carved sculpture, evidently of African origin. There is a small recess where something could have been hidden. Zoran sounded like a threat in that letter. Dead spider. A large, distinctive spider curled up in death. Crate. An open wooden crate, shipped from within London. It is clearly marked to be opened only by Professor Bing personally.
I believe I should reinterrogate a suspect.
Legal letter. A recent letter to Professor Bing from his attorney. My dear Bing, I can certainly amend your will to discourage the marriage of your son with the young lady in question. An annual allowance that will be suspended in the event of such a marriage should serve the purpose. If, as you suspect, she is driven by love of money, such a provision should considerably dampen her ardor for your son.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
Letter from colleague. Esteemed Professor Bing, my research trip has been a great success. I've been able to verify personally several of the unusual customs that you chronicled in your brilliant book. Once again, I am humbled by your genius, Professor Silas.
Well now, I didn't ask about this.
Of course you didn't, Jacob, because we haven't actually asked anyone yet about anything.
It's so very awful. The professor died of an heart attack just days ago. Then tonight, I hear pounding at the door. I open it to find him bleeding and in pain. He tried to say something, then collapsed dead. Again. Spider? Let's get that out of here. Emmett is definitely afraid of spiders. He got that a few days ago. Inside was a statue. I thought it was a marvel, but he told me it was quite common. I don't know who sent it. He kept repeating, Barkesso, Barkesso, over and over. What does it mean?
It's unthinkable. Such a great man. We were still in mourning from the burial. He was buried yesterday in the family plot. My father was an eminent anthropologist and something of an explorer. He made his name by investigating the practices of a small village in the Congo. His colleagues at the university often sent him trinkets from abroad. This is no time to talk about the will. It is true that my father and my fiancée didn't get on, but I'm confident that once he got to know her as a daughter-in-law, they would have become friends.
Not on it. There, girl.
Bookcase, a well-stocked library of anthropological books. A significant number of them are by Professor Bing, all well thumbed. Book written by Professor Bing, The Intriguing Customs of Deepest Africa. An entire chapter is torn from it.
I wonder if someone can tell me more about this.
Pedestal, a pedestal with nothing on it. However, on a descriptive label is written Bagasu Tribal Mask, a jackal. Small box, an empty box labeled Arachnid Harpodectus.
I believe I should re-interrogate a suspect.
Spider illustration. An illustration of a spider resembling the dead spider found in the Bing home. A note describes it as a rare spider found in Bolivia whose venom is a strong tranquilizer. Treatise by Professor Wilson. On the topic of an unusual Bolivian spider, one passage notes that the venom produces a state resembling death and that some Andean tribes use the venom during a rite of passage in which initiate boys experience a symbolic death lasting 2 or 3 days.
Together, we will usher in the dawn of a new world, one defined by purpose and order. On a second thought, I am going to leave. Don't try to contact me, because I am fucking mental.
Thank you, Casper, for redeeming that Bane impression.
I should go back and ask about this.
I'm not exactly sure where that's from. I want to say Assassin's Creed 3, but not the last part of it. Receipt. A suspiciously nondescript receipt for £7. Handkerchief. A lace handkerchief with red embroidery. Embroiderer. Alright, now let's go all the way up the top again. Work our way down again. Okay, so the first part is from Lee's induction. The last part is from the IT crowd. Ah! Never saw much of that show, just bits and pieces here and there.
The anthropological sciences have lost a great mind. He revolutionized the field. It is my fond hope that I may inherit his mantle. Which one is that? Sorry, difficult to read. I've lost my spectacles somewhere. I recently traveled to Africa in order to continue studies on the indigenous tribe Professor Bing discovered some time ago.
An eminent colleague. He wrote prolifically. Probably no one will ever amass the amount of knowledge he acquired. I'm most vexed about that. A rare specimen of the sort I've been studying for years. It escaped a few days ago, no doubt due to that scatterbrained assistant Virginia. My thesis subject. My South American colleagues tell me that this particular arachnid is only found in the Bolivian Andes. Fascinating subject.
A lovely man, and quite wealthy. I only wish he had lived to bless my alliance with his son. I hoped you wouldn't find that. I'm afraid several of the faculty purchase cadavers for research purposes. It's a fact of university life. I'm sorry to hear about that. Do you know whether that change was actually made?
Gravedigger's coat, an old worn coat. One pocket contains a crumpled note. Here's the sum agreed upon for last night's transaction. Money, £7 sterling.
I didn't ask about this.
Handkerchief, a lace handkerchief with red embroidery. Bing family vault. The lock is broken. The door is ajar. Professor Bing's casket is empty.
I believe I should reinterrogate a witness.
He showed up again. First time that's happened in 35 years of grave digging. I saw the son lock the tomb myself. Body snatching? That's an insult. I'd be in the slammer quick as that if I got caught. It's plain that 7 guineas is a lot for a bloke like me. I'm careful with me pennies and save for a rainy day. So I sell a body or two on the side. A man's got to eat, ain't he? I broke the lock and left him on a barrow just behind his tomb. It was dark, couldn't really see. But some fella come by and carted the old professor off. It's muddy back there. You can likely still see the tracks.
Tools includes a saw and a small hammer. The saw is bloody. single page. A single page torn from a book on the Bagesu tribe. It describes ceremonial rituals involving sacred masks, incense, and chanting. Ashes. A small pile of cold ashes giving off a perfumed odor. Ah, that reminds me, Casper, did you start your playthrough of House of Ashes? Ripped chapter. An entire chapter ripped from Professor Ving's book, The Intriguing Customs of Deepest Africa. The chapter describes an ancient custom whereby members of the Bagesu tribe ceremoniously ingest the living brains of respected elders in order to obtain the knowledge of that elder. Aha, glasses. The other dude lost his glasses. Spectacles. Standard eyeglasses broken in two. Alright, now I know who to go to. Mask. A wooden carved mask of a jackal. So I've been streaming for about 2 hours, and even though this is the 4th murder mystery, I actually did the 5th one first, and now doing the 4th one. So after doing this one, that means we're halfway through, because there's 10 in total. Casper, no, not yet. That's fair enough. Be interesting to see what happens in your run when you get to it. You're preparing your Elden Ring character for the DLC that comes out on the 22nd. Oh, good. That's good to get that organised ahead of time. I finally got Alan Wake 2 fully installed. So, off stream I'm going to play through the DLC to see what it's like. And if I like it, then I'll probably do it as part of my playthrough in October on stream.
I recently traveled to Africa in order to continue studies on the indigenous tribe Professor Bing discovered some time ago. Which one is that? Sorry, difficult to read. I've lost my spectacles somewhere. I required his knowledge in order to become the greatest anthropologist in the British Empire, and his beloved tribe of savages provided the method.
That Professor Silas was particularly cunning and gruesome. Mr. Raymond will be thrilled.
Right, I'll have you. You're nicked. The mystery of the twice-dead professor. The esteemed Professor Bing was the victim of a diabolical plot confected by his colleague and erstwhile acolyte, Professor Silas. Using a powerful spider venom, Silas put his mentor into a deep coma. He went so far as to attempt to eat Bing's brains in an effort to ingest his knowledge. All this was inspired by the very African tribe Professor Bing had himself discovered. No doubt Silas's mind was unbalanced, as he believed he would surpass all anthropologists by absorbing his mentor's cerebrum. Rest in peace, Professor Bing. The Royal Anthropological Society mourns your passing. Casper, you've installed it and ready. We'll play it as a break before the DLC. Oh, nice. Well, that's good. Okay, so it's Evie's turn. All right, so we've done 5 of 10.
No, dear, I find it very this?
Locked in to die. Solve the perplexing locked room murder.
My write-up of that last crime was so ingenious that Purlock Publishing tossed me quite a tidy sum. I believe this next one will do even better.
It's baffling. The room was locked. How did the murderer get in and out?
Kashan's body, no sign of a struggle, no wounds. Gas lamp, common lighting fixture, the light won't turn on. Editor's letter, letter from Kashan's editor. Byron, you old rogue. Your evisceration of the Aldwych group was delicious. Our readers cannot get enough of your clever and delightfully unkind reviews. All the ensembles in town live in fear. Keep up the good work. Air vent. Air vent communicating with the neighboring apartment. Review. Published review of a recent concert. The latest effort by the Aldwych Chamber Orchestra must be counted as a fiasco. The woodwinds were discordant and cacophonous. Rather than playing Mendelssohn, the strings fought with him. In particular, the solo performed by the first violin was a disaster. This gentleman is better equipped to perform in the London sewers. I would advise anyone who has contemplated attending to instead remain quietly at home. Byron Kashan. Candles. Yellowed candles that have burned down to the nub. Window. The window is shut, locked from the inside. No sign of a break-in. Anonymous letter. An anonymous letter written in a feminine hand. My dearest Byron, I can't keep abreast of your innumerable affairs, but haven't you time for another little adventure with me? Cast aside your current paramour, much too working class for you, and join me in Florence, won't you?
I believe I should re-interrogate a suspect.
Door. Standard door with lock and hinges in normal state. Concert program for a chamber orchestra that performed a series of Mendelssohn pieces a few nights ago.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
I'm just the housekeeper, but Mr. Cashan was a dear friend. Each morning I bring him his coffee. Today his door was locked shut. My husband is the caretaker. We live downstairs. We have the keys to all the apartments, so after knocking, I became concerned and let myself in and found him like this.
This must be when they mean by poetic justice. Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Goatee.
The lights weren't working. My husband didn't want to waste any candles, so we retired early. Mr. Cashan is
was a respected music critic. A very accomplished man.
Ah, so that's from Raw Deal, is it, Mr. Goatee? Yeah, that's actually a movie of his I haven't seen. Gas lamp, common lighting fixture. The light won't turn on. Key, labelled basement. Candelabra, a candelabra of partially burned white candles.
Now, I didn't ask about this.
Air vent, communicates with Kashan's flat. Sheet music, a Dante for violin and piano in D minor by Felix Mendelssohn.
I should go back and ask about this.
Mr. Goethe Mark Kaminsky says that. Oh yeah. That's the main character he plays, is it? Newspaper. Several articles. One about the Queen's plans to use the storied scepter with the dove to knight an industrialist. Another about the publishing business. A third concerning the Aldwych Chamber Orchestra, which has disbanded for lack of funds. A series of damning reviews by London's most influential critic has crushed all hope of attracting an audience.
I should go back and ask about this.
Mr. Cashin is dead? I just saw him yesterday. He looked in the peak of health. If you ask me, he paid a bit too much attention to the caretaker's wife. Scandalous, really. They must have seen each other nearly every day. Last night I was knitting in that chair. Then I felt quite sickly and opened the window to clear my head. I certainly didn't hear anything. When the lights quit working yesterday, that sweet Mr. Golden handed out candles to everyone. He's such a nice man.
Gone just like that, eh? He lived right next door and often came home from his concerts a bit drunk and singing at the top of his lungs. Drove my wife near crazy. Cashin had an eye for the ladies, no question. I was a bit jealous of him, frankly. I was down in the cellar, fiddling with my experiments. That belongs to Mr. Golden. He's an awfully nice chap. We let him use our apartment during the day when my wife and I are out tending our shop. He likes to rehearse here where the light's better. I'm an amateur chemist. Henman let me set up a few experiments in the cellar.
Gas lamp, common lighting fixture. The light won't turn on. Candle, a white candle used to light the room, comes from a box nearby. Clothing, men's clothes, very dirty with soot. Sheet music, string quartet number 6 in F minor, Op 80, violin concerto in E minor, Op 64, sonata for violin and piano in F minor, Op 4. Shavings. White shavings on the floor appear to be wax. Box of candles. Box of white candles. Almost all are
Now
gone.
that I've seen this, I should ask more questions.
No, inspect the thing. Violin string box. Violin strings along with tools for precise trimming of the strings.
I worked very late. So did he. I only met him once or twice in the 2 years I've been living here. I was out giving a benefit recital for unemployed musicians. Several dozen people can attest to my whereabouts. I use them to create an ambience when I hold private recitals.
Key holder. Keys to all apartments as well as to the basement. Gas lamp. Common lighting fixture. The light won't turn on. Screwdriver. A standard
Now,
screwdriver.
I didn't ask about this.
Candles. Unused white candles.
Mr. Cashin's dead. Difficult to believe. He led a quiet life. Out at concerts most nights. Shut up in his room writing the rest of the time. He must have been a lonely man. My wife felt sorry for him and helped him as often as she could. I'm in charge of the running and upkeep of the whole building, so I can get dirty now and then. I was just doing some work in the basement. I forgot to put it away after I fixed Mr. Golden's music stand yesterday morning. I left it there, and he came to give it back.
Chemical. A small beaker of yellow liquid, half
Now
full.
that I've seen this, I should ask more questions.
Gas tank. A coal gas tank that supplies gas to all the rooms in the building, covered in
I
dirt
should
and
return
soot.
and find out about this.
Chemistry experiment. Beakers, funnels, a mortar and pestle, and various chemical compounds.
He destroyed an entire orchestra. All those musicians put out of work. A rancorous old man who had no talent or creativity of his own.
I suspect there was more to that mystery than meets the eye. I'm going to look into it.
Right, I'll have you. You're nicked. Locked in to die.
Off to the clink with you.
So wicked was the pen of Byron Cashan that it brought down an entire orchestra. Scathing review upon scathing review eventually led to the demise of the Aldwych Chamber Orchestra. Perhaps Mr. Cashan was distracted by his irregular friendship with his caretaker's wife, and did not realize that one of his neighbors was the first violinist with the ensemble that his reviews had destroyed. That very same Mr. Golden constructed his revenge with care. Taking advantage of his access to a screwdriver and a key, Golden fashioned a poisoned candle using an unusual chemical found in the basement. He turned off the gas at the mains and handed candles to his neighbors, ensuring that his enemy, Mr. Cashan, received the candle of death. Critics beware. Okay, Jacob, it's your turn now. Okay, this time I want to do them in the correct order. So the next one, the most hated man in London.
There are thieves everywhere.
Someone else! Stop out there! Are you all right?
Oh! I'll see you hanged for this!
Still not a customer in sight.
Alright, Jacob, get the water and
Ah, Jacob. How you doing? Don't try to get away from me! It won't work!
Hey, piss off before I break your legs!
And to be broader in their thinking, more considerate.
The most hated man in London. Deduce which all of the potential murderers potentially killed Ashton.
Think of that. Crushed by a crate. The most hated man in London.
Can you imagine achieving such a title? One day my brilliance will bring me similar recognition.
Mr. Raymond, what are you talking about?
It's of no consequence. What's important is that this man was hated by many. But who delivered the fatal blow?
Ashton's body. The body has been crushed by the crate, but close inspection reveals other anomalies. A puncture wound to the gut, a bullet wound in the back, and the victim's skin has an odd green pallor along with yellowing around the eyes. Inspection of the bullet wound indicates that such a wound would cause death in 12 minutes. The path John Ashton took before he died. Ashton's agenda, listed daily activities, pharmacy 1 p.m, pub 1:05 p.m, Apple 1:09 p.m, household account 1:10 p.m. A watch, a broken pocket watch inscribed John Ashton, stopped at 1:17 precisely. Hey there, Afro. Welcome on in. Ah, yes, Monsieur Poirot. That's right. Jacob could be Poirot and Evie could be Miss Marple. Oh, I'm trying to investigate the crate game. Throw up the friggin' thing for the crate. There we go. Crate appears to have fallen from overhead crane onto Ashton. Afro, you love this eagle vision view with the words straight out of BBC Sherlock. Oh, is it really, Afro? Never saw that version of Sherlock.
I know the man. He's hated by everyone. Surprisingly, it's not clear what killed him. I find multiple wounds. No need to send many people to jail for killing such a terrible man. What say you only arrest the single person who actually caused his death? He appears to have been stabbed with a perforating weapon, perhaps a spike of some kind. There would be bleeding and it would affect motor control right away, but death wouldn't come for another 6 minutes.
I suspect that there is at least one deadly toxin in his system.
Construction site. Crane. A huge coal-powered crane. The driving mechanism is complex and requires an expert operator.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
Handbill. Please contribute to the benefit fund for the man who had his arm crushed. Any help will be much appreciated. Afro, yeah, Benedict Cumberbatch played Sherlock. Really good series.
I believe I should reinterrogate a suspect.
Yeah, and oh man, I forget the other actor's name who played Watson. Is it Martin Freeman?
He owned this site and paid us. We all hated him because he looked for any excuse to cheat us out of our wages. I didn't hate him any more or less than my mates. That's around the time I'm given a few minutes to eat something. About then I would have been buying myself an apple at the stand down the street. It's difficult to work properly. You'd have to know what you're doing to drop it at just the right moment.
The man's a right bastard. I hope he's smouldering in hell. Well, I'm not a crane operator. I wouldn't know how to work that. My best chum is maimed for life, and Ashton didn't care a fig. He deserved what happened. Beyond that, I'm mum.
Pebs, yep. Lizzie, yeah. Cool. Had to think for a second, because there's another actor that I was thinking of that I think has a similar name. Hey there, Thomas. Welcome. You're no crane operator too, so we can't blame you for this. How's things, Thomas? Welcome. And how's it going, Lizzie? Apple has a single bite taken out of it. The inside of the apple is oddly pink.
He's my husband. Each day I bring him the household expenses just after he eats his apple. I also brought him his invitation to the knighthood ceremony. The one with the special scepter.
Stay here.
Of course he wasn't going to take me along. I often tie up my hair around a knitting needle. What business is it of yours?
He stopped by here every day at the exact same time. He'd buy an apple and try to cheat me out of tuppence. But then most folks do that. Yeah, that sounds right. Came by for an apple. He was here when we heard the crate hit the ground.
Revolver. A Webley Boxer revolver. One chamber is empty.
Now that I've seen this, I should ask more questions.
Newspaper. Includes an interesting article. Hendricks Refinery brought to a halt. Apparent sabotage has destroyed machinery at Lawrence Hendricks Foundry. Rumors circulating imply that industrialist John Ashton is behind the sabotage of his competitor.
Ashton stops in front of this pub every afternoon to check on business rumors. Something of a bastard, Ashton. Told me he had a bit of jam on the side, if you know what I mean. Wife didn't know about it. Well, the bit of jam wants out, but he won't let her. That's the sort of fellow we're speaking of. That was Ashton's doing. The man had it in for me. He paid workers to wreck my machines. Cost me a fortune. As long as he was around, I'd never prosper. As a matter of fact, I do carry a revolver at all times. It can be a dangerous neighborhood for a wealthy fella such as myself. This proves nothing.
Some manners for a start. What the devil? Huh.
Letter, addressed to Thomas Reese, pharmacist. Tom, my dear brother, I have recently made a most upsetting discovery. The man who forced the foreclosure of the family farm was none other than John Ashton, your very client. His behavior in this affair is beyond indecent. Both father and mother are reduced to penury. You and I both must contribute all we can, although we each have obligations of our own. At the very least, you must cease to do business with this dreadful man.
Now that I've seen this, I should ask more questions.
Pharmaceutical cabinet contains chemicals labeled warning not to be ingested. Chemical 1 is bluish in color and is listed as causing erratic movement after 10 minutes and death after an additional 16 minutes. Causes jaundice about the eyes and has an extreme anesthetic effect. Chemical 2 is pinkish in color and is listed as causing erratic movement after 2 minutes and death after an additional 9 minutes. Yields a green tint to skin. Here's the clue I was looking for. Medicine box. Medicine box of Ashton's prescription with a few remaining blue pills. He must have dropped it along the way.
He's been coming to me for years. He arrives precisely at 1 o'clock and leaves 2 minutes later. He takes a bluish medication every day and prefers that I administer it. Mary is a trusted assistant. As far as I know, she's completely above board. Today, she swept the shop and prepared some medications. She also fetched herself an apple from the apple stand. This really is none of your business. He came to me for his blue medication. I gave him blue medication.
I see him here every day. He can be unpleasant, but I don't really know him.
Onward. That was Ashton's doing. The man had it in for me. He paid workers to wreck my machines.
This really is none of your business. He came to me for his blue medication. I gave him blue medication. He's been coming to me for years. He arrived...
That's it.
Hello, Mr. Fry. Hup, hup, hup.
Alright, so I'm thinking that the stab wounds and the gun wound was after the fact. After he had already died. Then they dropped the crate on him.
Move it, you stupid animal!
Thomas, you gave him blue medication, man. Not the red one. Not the one that you're not supposed to give to people. I didn't give him that one. I gave him the blue one. Lizzie, you joined late. What brought on the talk about BBC Sherlock? Well, pretty much because we're doing this DLC, which is about murder mysteries. And I've also got Jacob wearing an outfit that looks like what the classic version of Sherlock Holmes would wear. And in fact, the kid named Artie, that is part of this DLC, his full name is Arthur Conan Doyle. And in real life, that is the name of the author who created the character of Sherlock Holmes. Raid, thank you for the follow. Okay, so 102, he left the pharmacy. (107) he leaves the pub. He enters the pub at 105. So that's 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 107. (109).
Not this way. You're not permitted to go through here. That's right. On you go now.
If I killed my customers, where would I be? Girl who works at the pharmacy? Yeah, She slipped me an extra threepence. She had a special apple just for Mr. Ashton. I gave him that one when he come by. Mr. Ashton did look strange-like, eyes all yellowish, and then he turned pale after he bit into the apple. Almost green, really.
Alright, so it wasn't her, but it was this other person. Ah, there's someone... That's right. In this DLC, as opposed to Unity's Murder Mysteries, you have to actually wait until the game tells you that you can now actually accuse. Hang on. No, that's not right. I got thrown off by the fact it says continue investigation still. Anyway, it's over this way. Oh, that's okay, Raid. That's no trouble at all. I've definitely had that happen too, as well. There's also, like, sometimes when the cursor goes near that and it highlights sometimes. I've had that happen too, but that's all good. How's things been going? Thomas, the freshly married couple, asked for a whole box of blue medication and wasn't seen again for a week.
Quite right. I asked the apple seller to give him a special apple. Is that a crime? He was a horrid man. That's all I have to say. I see him here every day. He can be unpleasant, but I don't really know him. I'm not that clever with poisons. It's pure luck that I'm the one that killed him.
Alright, so it wasn't her.
There, girl.
I didn't shoot him where it counts, but he bled out before anything else killed him. I should win something.
I should win something. Raid, you've been playing Shadow of War. You've claimed 2 fortresses out of 5. Your total kill count is currently over 5,000. Oh, that is definitely great progress then with all that. That's excellent. I've never played that game before, but I have seen some of it. It was interesting with that whole Nemesis system.
Eddie? Yeah, I taught him how to work the crane a few days ago.
It was me for certain. I watched the crate fall and crush him. He was still moving when it hit.
Okay, so it's not him either. Alright, I don't really care for...
I was off eating an apple when it happened. Blimey.
I don't care about the potential rewards. I mean, it's monetary, and Jacob and Evie already have £247,604, so...
What on earth? I can assure you, I have taken the Hippocratic Oath and have never broken it.
Alright, so it's not them.
Mr. Fry, hello there.
It's not her. Maybe it's the wife.
Very well. I found out about his dalliance with that girl from the pharmacy. It's not the first. Divorce is all but impossible given his influence with the clergy. I'll be the toast of the town.
A very unpleasant fellow. But what was that business about a knighthood ceremony?
Up to the click with you.
In any case, Mr. Raymond will have a story for Perlock Publishing.
Right, I'll have you. You're nicked. The most hated man in London. Or, more than one way to skin a cat. Wealthy business owner John Ashton was murdered not once but 5 times. So hated was he that his business rival, his employee, his wife, his mistress, and his pharmacist all made attempts on his life. Poisoned, shot, stabbed, and finally crushed, Ashton came to a very gruesome end indeed. Raid only had 2 betrayals. One guy was drunk and the other was mad that she killed his brother. No one betrays me and lives. So they got the axe. Maybe potentially literally. Okay, now it's Evie's turn. In this stream, I've got Evie wearing the Lady Bloofer outfit, which isn't really related to like crimes and investigations and all that kind of stuff, like Jacob's outfit is, but it is referencing something based on something from a novel that involves murder, like Dracula and stuff. Alright, so the next one in the list going by the list of them, is number 8, Conjuring Up a Killing. There we go. Right, the drunk guy was especially annoying because you made him a war chief, which is a position second only to Overlord, and he repays you by trying to murder me? Unacceptable. Hey, I definitely don't blame you, Raid, you know. If you entrusted them and they betrayed you. Thomas, Sheila betrays you every day and puts you into prison. This is so cruel. It's like a Groundhog Day for you, it must be, Thomas. Same thing happening over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Actually, I wouldn't mind if a day kept on going over and over, as long as everything didn't have to happen the exact same way all the time, as in there was still some autonomy to do something different, because it'd be cool to, you know, sort of like... Oh, there's a music box. Be like, I wonder what it'd be like to be a millionaire for a day. So you see what wins the lottery on that day, and then you just get a ticket when the day restarts. Or you find out who got the ticket. Secrets of London. Alright, so that's all the ones found in Westminster. Excellent. Now I have 9 left to get. I mean, the last time I checked I had 10 left. I think I didn't find any other ones between checking that and this one. That's good. I've found nearly all of them by just actually coming across them, instead of focusing on getting them one by one. Thomas, do you think if you win millions in lottery, the money is in your account the next day? Actually, that's a good point. It might not be. So it might be pointless to do that in a scenario where you can just relive the same day over and over again. Nice. I didn't expect Charles Dickens to be part of this. Cool. Dreadful Crimes, Conjuring Up a Killing. Solve the murder of spiritualist Thaddeus the Amazing.
My dear friend, the Ghost Club has an extraordinary case for you. Spiritualist Thaddeus the Amazing has predicted his own death at his next séance. Could you have a look?
That's actually a good point, Raid. I don't know about other places in the world, but here in Australia, apparently, if someone wins a lot of money...
What is she doing back there?
There's also this aspect where they want to make sure that the person, you know, understands exactly, like, what's going to happen, and the reason you have to wait a bit longer, like you have to wait a while to get it, is because they want to make sure that people, you know, have a bit of time to get used to the idea that they're going to have a lot of money, to give them a bit more time to think about, in the hopes that they're not just going to blow it all, you know, which unfortunately has happened to people that have won the lottery, but still. Babs, you have to claim it from the company running it. It takes like a week or 2 usually, does it? Oh yeah. I mean, that's not too bad, but then again, if you've won like millions of dollars, imagine having to wait a week before you can access it. But at the same time, you would be content knowing that it's going to be accessible eventually. Seance, is it? I went to a seance once, but they kicked me out because I kept on saying once all the time. Why call it a seance if saying once isn't what they want you to do? That's false advertising. Okay, game, is there any reason why it's not activating? Raid hilarious. Lizzie, you grew up watching reruns of Jeremy Brett's Holmes, and when Benedict's series aired, you were hooked on it, but sadly the last season wasn't that great. That would be very annoying, Lizzie, especially if you've really enjoyed it up until that point. I haven't really seen any of the classic movies of Sherlock Holmes. I've only really seen the two with Robert Downey Jr. in them.
My dear friend, the Ghost Club has an extraordinary case for you.
Ray, you once knew a religious girl. You asked her out on a date. She was having none of it.
About to witness an extraordinary event. Ah, we have a visitor.
What is happening here?
Help!
Not yet.
Ah!
Someone, light the lamps.
Oh, he's actually dead.
If the game would actually throw up the prompt on the fucking screen so I can interact with it, that would be fucking good. Aye. Another fucking glitch. Raid, you misread that as Thaddeus's amazing body.
My dear friend, the Ghost Club has an extraordinary case for you. Spiritualist Thaddeus...
First, you're about to witness. Ah, we have a visitor.
What is happening here?
Help!
Not yet.
Ah!
Someone, light the lamps.
Oh, he's actually dead.
You're gonna throw the fucking prompt on the screen? See, this is why games should not need to have the prompt appear on the screen to interact with this shit. If I already know what button investigates something, I should just have to press that button. And it shouldn't matter if the prompt is on the screen or not, as long as I'm close to the fucking thing to interact with. Alright, let's see if this can actually make it actually pop up on the fucking screen. Hey Carbon, welcome on in, dude. I'm doing really good, thank you. Just coming across a glitch though with this DLC for this investigation. It's not actually putting the prompt on the screen to interact with the dead body. Other than that though, I'm going well. And that is absolutely no trouble at all for the raid. It was good to be able to raid you, especially with your first stream coming back off your stream break. How's things going with you today?
The Ghost Club has an extraordinary case for you. Spiritualist Thaddeus the...
Was it interesting? Kid, oops, you're trying to see which DLC this was. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, so this is the Dreadful Crimes one. There's the interesting fact that the Deerstalker hat only showed up in one book and only because Sherlock was going out of the city. Oh, okay. The Deerstalker hat. That's interesting. Huh. Then it kind of became like an iconic sort of thing. This time let's see if I can...
We have a visitor.
Oh, never mind.
Approach.
What is happening here?
Help!
Not yet.
Someone, light the lamps.
That's okay, Kit Kat. It's something that only came out for the PC version and the PlayStation version. The Xbox didn't get it, which is the version I used to play a lot. So this is my first time being able to play it because I'm playing the PlayStation version of Syndicate. No. Okay, what I think is going on is there's an issue with the dialogue that he says. There's dialogue that he says before I get close to him, and then there's dialogue that he says when I'm in range of him, and I'm cutting off both sets of dialogue. So I think that's why this glitch is happening with the prompt, because those dialogues are being interrupted. You're buying it for PC, kid? That's excellent. Carbon, definitely an annoying bug to deal with. You're doing okay, still excited that you came back streaming. And with the new rewards, block an action for the next mission that your chat already requested twice. And the choose to block the parry was fun. That is so cool. It's also interesting to try different things too, where you might not usually use a certain tactic, but if you have like a channel point reward for it, or you have like a challenge and a rule, it's cool to be able to do those things. Raid, Evie's one hell of a detective. Doesn't even think to inspect the body. That's right. It's like that couldn't provide any clues, surely.
We have a visitor. Approach, please.
What is happening here?
Help!
Not yet.
Someone, light the lamps.
Oh. He's actually dead.
Nope, that's not the reason why either. Oh, come off it. I can't climb up on the table either. Okay, I don't know if this is actually possible, but imagine this. Imagine if you programmed it so that there was an invisible spot around this dude, right? Now imagine this. Imagine programming it so that when player character stands on dead body dot, if player presses circle, investigate body. But no, the way they've programmed it is when player character is near body, put prompt on the screen for which button to press, and then when player presses that button, then inspect the body. When it should be, stand near the body, press the button that you already know investigates, and when you press it, it doesn't matter where the camera is, as long as you're right next to the fucking thing, it should activate. Why do they not do this in games? Is it impossible to do? Does it wreck the rest of the programming for the game or something? There was an old game making program called the Games Factory, and you could do what I just described. You could create an object that was a character, then you could create another object and place it where the character was, and then when you actually put the player character on top of the invisible item that you've created, and you press a certain button, you can program it so that it actually follows through on what you want it to do. Carbon, as a programmer, you confirm that we have no idea what we are doing. Oh dear. Yeah, Lizzie, it's like, game, please. Come on. Alright, someone on Steam claims they fixed it by switching from Jacob to Evie. Maybe do the opposite. Ah, yeah. Well, what I might do in that case is, because I wanted to do one as Evie, then one as Jacob, one as Evie, and do it like that. I'll abandon this current one, and I'll go do another investigation as Evie. Because I already did one as Jacob before this one. So to stick with that alternating between the two, I'll do this one after I switch to Jacob. I'll do another one as Evie. Right, also you can't help but notice his name is spelled differently in Eagle Vision and in the mission tracker. Ah, yeah, that can definitely happen with things as well. You know, these sorts of like inconsistencies that you see pop up. Right, is it 1 or 2 D's in his name? Who knows? Yeah, I mean, generally, because I've seen that name before, generally I think it has 2 D's in it. Next stop, murder. Solve the mystery of the body found on the banks of the Thames.
Hey! Someone help! Some trap found something down there! Looks like foul play!
Riverbank. Body. Male body dressed in the manner of a wealthy businessman. He is wearing only one shoe. The man has sustained multiple fractures indicating a fall from a great height. There are no identifying documents. A coat. A rich man's coat with a name sewed in the lining. Matthew Killian.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
The villain, well, the main villain, I guess, in the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, The Running Man, has the last name Killian. Except his first name is Damien. Okay, where's this other clue? Maybe the other clue is over this. Nope. Any clues I haven't looked at yet should actually come up in gold. That's a suspect, not a clue. Anyway, let's talk to him.
I heard a splash, and right quick pulled this bloke out of the shallows, dead as a mackerel. I live there now, if you can call it living. I lost my job, didn't I? No need for the likes of me when a machine can do the work. A nice warm coat like that on a dead man? What do you expect? I snatched it before somebody else came along to nick it. Like you.
Lizzie, maybe the bridge. Yeah. Because it's probably just still right on the edge of the purple on the minimap. No. Wouldn't be surprised if it's glitched. Oh, up the top. Here we go. Of course, we can't zip line to the top. What's the use of a rope launcher in a game if you can't use it? There we go. Alright. Pocket watch. A broken silver watch. The hands have just stopped after midnight.
I should return and find out about this.
The midnight train? That must be the 616. Stops in the station down the road. If you hurry, it might still be there.
Okay, so going pretty good for time. I wasn't sure how long this DLC would take. There's no optional objectives, so there hasn't been anything I've had to redo for any optional objective stuff. And there's 10 investigations in total. Babs, right, my dudes, you got to go get ready for physio. That's no worries at all, Babs. And I really hope that physio goes well also. Definitely catch you again soon. Ray, did you already finish the main story, or is that still to come? Oh yeah, it's actually been quite a few streams since I did any story stuff. In fact, I can't even remember what was the last stream that I did story stuff in, but we're up to sequence 5 of the main story. But I wanted to have less side stuff than main stuff. And so I've done all the perks, unlocked all of those, and I've done all the boroughs. They're fully conquered. I've done all the optional objectives for those, and I've almost finished with all the Charles Dickens and Charles Darwin memories. I did the Karl Marx stuff as well. So I thought I would do this DLC at this point, and then that way it's done, because there's no real sort of like timeline that it tells you that it takes place in. But I thought I'd put it at this point, because then it's done and out of the way then. So the next thing to do after this content's finished is some more side stuff. Have a good stream, Rod. I'll be back. Thank you, Babs, for redeeming that. That's a perfect redemption for you, leaving now but coming back later. Excellent.
You better hurry. It's leaving right now.
Unbelievable prizes. Everything you need.
Restaurant car, pamphlets, down with the industrialists, down with the monarchy, revolution is the only way. Newspaper, an article about Matthew Killian's efforts to close an enormous business deal in Wales. It notes that Killian is well known for replacing workers with machinery. There is a likeness of Killian in the paper which matches the victim. Sleeping pills. A small box of sleeping pills. It is half empty.
Now that I've seen this, I should ask more questions.
It was a typical evening. As far as I knew, nothing unusual happened until you came aboard with this story of a murder. I was tidying up in the passenger car. Around midnight, Vivian ran through. She thought someone was looking for her. Just another wealthy passenger. They're all pretty much the same.
Okay, game. Go home, you're drunk.
Nothing unusual. A couple of passengers came in and had a sort of business meeting. One of them was buying a lot of drinks for the other, and then they started to argue. But Vivian went over and joshed them out of it. Oh, well, it's a noisy train. Plenty of passengers have trouble getting to sleep, so I keep a sedative here behind the bar, yeah? Peter, nice bloke. Came here after being sacked from a foundry a few months ago. I'll tell you, he looked white as a ghost after he served the businessman.
Stan, his name is Killian. Dangerously close to killing. Very suspicious. It really is. His parents must have been psychic. Although that's his last name, so that doesn't quite work. Aha, it's on the roof of this car. A shoe. Caught on a bolt at the top of the carriage is a shoe matching the one found on the victim. I'll follow those footprints momentarily.
Odd thing was, some noises on the roof woke me up briefly. You say someone was thrown from up there? You have to be a very strong fella to drag someone up onto the roof. Vivian had another of her dupes in her compartment by then. After that, I remember people going past me from time to time, but I was half asleep. Killian was on this train. Cool. I used to work in his foundry. I never even seen him. None of us workers ever knew what he looked like. Well, Peter worked with me at the foundry. He's a very strong bloke. I got my arm mangled in one of the damn machines they put in. Then Killian sacked the whole crew. Peter, he helped me get hired as train staff.
A gun. Derringer. A small ivory-plated derringer. Chamber for 2 bullets, but one is missing. Letter. Killian will be on the 6:16 train to Cardiff to sign the papers. You must prevent him from signing them at all costs, or we shall be ruined. Ruined, I tells ya.
I had drinks in the dining car with Killian. We had business dealings in the past. It was a pleasant surprise to discover him on this train. I felt unusually tired and came back here to get some sleep. I suppose there were some disagreements, but there always are when a great deal of money is involved.
Nice one, Ray. Ruined, is it?
Mr. Wolf had a few with Mr. Killian. Then the young lady invited herself over to have a glass with him. Mr. Wolf became terribly tired, even though he'd only had 1 drink. He toddled off to bed well before midnight. I stayed in the dining car for a few drinks with the barman. Mr. Wolf bought him drink after drink. Then they got angry. But the young lady come over, and it's obvious that Mr. Killian was interested in a rendezvous, like. Around about 11:30, Killian and her left together. I've been Mr. Wolf's valet for going on several years. He's frail and needs a man like me to help him about.
Handbag. Contains a letter. How goes it, Viv? Hook any more fish? It's a lovely caper you've got going. I need to find me a bonny scheme like that. Let's have a glass next time you're in Soho, love. Your sis. Thomas, you want such a beard
Now
too?
that I've seen this, I should ask more questions.
Well, I think you need to pay Ubisoft money for that DLC, and then they'll give you that beard. Note. A handwritten note. Come to the restaurant carriage, quickly.
Well now, I didn't ask about this.
Right now.
Nothing unusual at all. I had a drink with some gents and then retired to my sleeper. Someone slipped a note under my sleeper door a few minutes before midnight. It said I should come to the dining car. I went, but only Ryan and Wolf's man were there, and they were both drunk. The rich fella, I did talk with him. Very charming. But a single woman has to be careful, you know? Did something happen to him? Oh, all right. I flirt with rich blokes and the barman slips them a mickey. I take them back to my sleeper and they nod off before I have to do anything shameful. They wake up thinking they had a night of fun and hand me a few quid. That's what happened with Mr. Killian, but he was gone when I come back from looking for the man who left the note.
Dun dun dun. Thomas, if Ubisoft would sell majestic beards like that, they would finally have something interesting in stock.
Sam? He's a trusted valet. He's terrifically strong, which makes him useful in many situations. You mean the young lady? She and Killian hit it off famously. Embarrassing, really.
That one. Clever little minx. She and the barman got a little scam going. I think everyone on the staff knows about it.
Raid Ubisoft be like, what sort of DLC should we sell for Valhalla? I know, an Iron Man suit that shoots lasers. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, that should be in all games. In fact, what they should do is they should make it that the actual character in the actual game story actually had one, and not just make it a cosmetic thing.
She's a frequent passenger, that one. Hangs about with the wealthier sort. Likes to entertain them, if you take my meaning.
Oh, hell yeah, Thomas. We definitely do need dinosaurs to ride on, like in Kung Fury. I love that movie. It's such a great movie. Historical correct Viking age. That is so true. My name is... Barbariana. It's such a great movie, that one. I don't know if you know, but he's been working on a feature-length sequel, and Arnold Schwarzenegger is actually in that. It hasn't come out yet, but Arnie has actually been in that as the President of the United States, which I think was really cool because obviously it's also making reference to the movie Demolition Man, where in that they made a joke that Arnie became a US president.
She rides the train often. She's very friendly with the other passengers.
Yeah, I helped Vivian fleece the dupes. I slipped a pill in the wine for the table. Both gents got sleepy, but Vivian picked the richest one.
That's the scheme. Okay, so I don't think that the woman was the murderer, because their intention wasn't to murder, but just basically rip him off of his money.
I was in the dining car, carousing with the barman. He's a good bloke.
Okay, so it's not the bodyguard. Maybe it's Mr. Wolf.
I had hoped to get him drunk enough that he would miss his meeting, but then the woman spirited him away and I was too tired to do anything about it.
Okay, so it's not him either. Maybe it is her.
I'm just trying to get by, you know? Flirt with rich blokes, they have themselves a nice time, then nod off. Where's the harm in that?
Okay, so it's definitely not her then.
Oh, mangled arm! How am I gonna have to drug man to the top of a train?
With your mind, man. With your mind.
I may help Vivian fleece the odd duck, but I'm no murderer.
Thomas, you would buy no Isu Tech DLC for every AC game? Well, I do think that they should... Like, I've got no issue with all the Isu stuff that they've done. However, I think they've done enough now to take a big break from it. I think focusing on things that aren't necessarily related to them would be good. Like, I'm not saying don't have any more Pieces of Eden or something, but, you know, I don't think we need any more for a while about the Isu.
I gave him what he deserved. The man was heartless.
Right, I'll have you. You're nicked.
She ran off that way.
I believe something larger is afoot. A lot of murderous anger concerning industrialists. Might be something to look into.
Off to the click with you.
Next stop, murder. Industrialist Matthew Killian was drugged and thrown from the top of a moving train by his former employee, Peter Jespers. Put out of work by the mechanization of Killian's factory, Peter found employment as a humble train steward. However, one evening, Peter realized that Killian was on his very train. Prior to this journey, Peter had never seen Killian, but now recognized him from a recent newspaper article. Peter, knowing that frequent passenger Vivian often swindled wealthy fellow passengers, waited until she lured Killian to her compartment. He cunningly arranged for her to be called away by means of an anonymous note. Peter then used his considerable strength to lift the drug magnate and drag him to the top of the train, whence he threw him to his death at midnight. Killian's rival, Angus Wolfe, had hoped to get Killian so inebriated as to prevent him from participating in a business meeting on the following day. But Wolfe himself fell afoul of the drugged brandy and slept through the entire episode. As for Peter the murderer, perhaps he meted out justice. In turn, he will now meet justice himself. Okay, what I'll do is I'll initiate that other murder as Evie, and then switch to Jacob to see if that will fix that glitch that happened. Raid, if there were a DLC that lets you use the apple like in Brotherhood, but with more features, that'd be fun. Oh, it really would be. Yeah, because overall, there hasn't been a heap of games where we actually get to use a piece of Eden in that way. In fact, I think there's probably only a handful. Thomas, how about using the apple to let Cassandra jump from every height possible? Oh, wait. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, the thing with that is, even though Cassandra has high levels of Isu DNA, the Isu weren't actually superhuman. So the Isu couldn't fly. They couldn't, they weren't impervious to bullets. They didn't have any of these things. So if you have Isu DNA in your genetic makeup, it doesn't give you these, powers. It's because they use technology, right? So if you look at Cassandra in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, it's nothing about her physiology that allows her to do that. There's nothing in the game that says, story-wise, that she can fall from great heights, Like, it'd be a different story if Marcos was like, "Ah, Cassandra, remember that time when you were young and you fell from that tree and I thought that you would have broken your leg, but you were okay," or some other character, right? If they did that, then that would be understandable to think that it was something physical. But that's not the case. So if we look at the spear of Leonidas itself, there's only a couple of things that we actually know from a story perspective that actually applies to Cassandra herself. And that is the fact that she can tell what an enemy is about to do in a fight before they do it, when she has the spear, right? So, in that sense, the spear, as an Isu weapon, allows her, as someone who has Isu DNA, to interact with it, and that interaction is at a certain level where, basically, she's able to use its power to actually ascertain that. So that's something that actually happens in the story, that gets actual character mentioned by her mother, or by her, or something, or some other part. I think it's like with Barnabas, maybe. And if you look at the spear being upgraded, that's the only way I could see them explaining why she could, is that the spear itself went upgraded, but there's nothing like that. So it's one of these situations where you have the gameplay side of things and you have the lore and story side of things, and it's not clear exactly which is supposed to be which. But a lot of people just put everything under, oh, she's a demigod, but she's not actually. It's just that people think she's one because back in that time period, that's what they had to go on, or that is what they're making them go on, So there's all these little ins and outs of it. But yeah, the fact that she can actually survive great heights, I haven't, not to say that there isn't, but I haven't come across any evidence within the story and the world of the characters itself that suggests that she's able to survive great falls because of the spear of Leonidas.
My dear friend, the Ghost Club has an extraordinary case for you. Spiritualist Thaddeus the Amazing has predicted his own death at his next seance. Could you have a look?
Alright, so when we get to the point where the seance happens, I'll switch to Jacob and see if that will allow the glitch to, well, if that will bypass the glitch, as was suggested. Because I'm actually doing it as Jacob now anyway, because it's his turn. I've been alternating between the two.
We have a visitor. Approach.
What is happening here?
Help!
Not yet.
Someone, light the lamps.
Alright, let's see if we can interact with him.
Oh. He's actually dead.
If not, I'll do the switch. Oh, now it will let me do it. Okay. So I'll switch to Jacob anyway. Oh, shit. Of course, it wouldn't let me do that now, because we're already inside the mission. Thomas, but Rod, it's in the technique of a perfect roll. Knowledge humanity lost forever, it's a pity. That is true, yeah. It's like if you do a roll, it doesn't matter what height you jump from, as long as you roll when you land, you'll be fine. Raid, right? Cassandra should have been on the Apollo 12 mission since she can apparently survive falls from space. That's true, actually, considering how long she actually lives for. Thomas, Cassandra would do well in Italian soccer teams, especially with being able to do all these tricks and stuff. Okay, Jacob, so you're up.
Turn.
So I've been alternating between Jacob and Evie. So we did one as Evie, now it's Jacob's turn, and I'm hoping that that glitch will also not happen again.
My dear friend, the Ghost Club has an extraordinary case for you. Spiritualist Thaddeus the Amazing has predicted his own death at his next seance. Could you have a look?
We have a visitor. Approach, please.
What is happening here?
Help!
Not yet.
Someone, light the lamps.
Oh. He's actually dead.
Finally. Alright. Thaddeus's body, his hair and clothing have been slightly scorched from the explosion. A bloody knife is stuck in his torso. Alright, I'm going to look at the clues first and then speak to the peoples. Timer and flashpot. A rudimentary timer with charred remains of a fuse attached. The fuse leads to an empty plaster cylinder, apparently the container of a non-lethal amount of gunpowder to produce the recent flash of light. Rate his torso, that looks like his neck to me. Yeah. Hang on, I'll see if I can get the camera on a better angle. There we go. Yeah, I guess it's a bit of both, although it looks more on his collarbone area. But still, it's definitely close to his neck. Client list. A list of Thaddeus's clients' addresses. There are also 2 columns for each client. Both columns indicate significant amounts of money per seance. The first column appears to refer directly to the client. It isn't clear to whom the second column refers. However, Dr. Wilburn is missing from the list. Close enough, I guess. Pretty much. It's definitely understandable to think that it was, like, you know, literally the neck, because it was pretty close. Legal papers. An unsigned paper which would enable Thaddeus Smith to act as Howard Roberts' legal representative.
Well now, I didn't ask about this.
Old note. Weathered. Probably written weeks ago. I found a tramp who lives on the street near one of the pigeons. The fellow smokes like a chimney, and for the price of a few cigarettes, he supplies me with all the information we need. Hey there, Toby. This is DLC, yeah, this is called The Dreadful Crimes. It's only available on PC and PlayStation. I used to play the Xbox version of Syndicate, but now that I have the PlayStation version, I'm able to finally do this content. So this is my first time playing through this particular DLC. Threatening note. For the love of God, get his signature at the next session, or I swear I'll expose you. AR. Here's the other clue. Receipt, theatrical supply, flashpot, 8 shillings. Alright. Now let's talk to the people at the psychic's house. I wonder if they saw this coming.
Nothing but a showman, really. Each week he gave a séance with all his clients present together. So many people makes everything much more dramatic. I attend Lady Ursula at these sessions. She's ailing and needs someone to help her along. I have no particular belief in an afterworld, but if it comforts Milady, I see no harm.
I sought him out after the death of Mittens. Mittens is my beloved kitty cat. She was run over by a milk wagon several weeks ago. I've been trying desperately to contact my sweet thing ever since. I'm not well, though, and likely haven't long to live myself. I was so hoping to hear from my loved one. I'm convinced Thaddeus could have communicated Mittens' wishes to me. I must know to whom Mittens wishes that I should leave my fortune. And now Thaddeus is lost to us. I shall never know.
Raid, you were going to say earlier, Talion from Shadow of War can survive even higher falls than Cassandra, but his excuse is that he can transform into a ghost before he hits the ground. Ah, very clever. Yeah, being able to do that to make sure that you don't die from your fall. That's definitely a neat trick.
This is so frustrating. I had a simple question, but have had to come back for séance after séance, week after week. Each time Thaddeus divined a partial number from the other side, but never the entire correct number. Today he promised that I would get everything. Thaddeus felt that if I signed some papers, it would demonstrate to my dead father that I had absolute trust in Thaddeus.
Babs getting ready took way less time than you thought it would. Pip actually cooperated. Oh, well, very nice, Babs. That's cool.
He was an incredible psychic. I came to clarify some personal financial matters. I don't understand what happened. He foretold his own death, but I didn't expect it to happen like this.
I have no doubt that his powers were genuine. He was able to tell me of my daily comings and goings, and all manner of details that he couldn't possibly have known. He certainly was going to be able to put me in contact with my sister.
Babs, and now you have half an hour to kill, so here you are. Oh, very nice. That's cool. Welcome back. We're still doing the murder mysteries. This one that I tried before but was glitched, now isn't. So that's good.
I've been coming here to decide whether I should accept a marriage proposal. Thaddeus had been attempting to contact my departed sister so that she could give me advice. Thaddeus was a kind man who sincerely wanted me to make the best choice. Now what am I to do? I'm so sorry to lose Thaddeus. The oddest part is that he claimed all would be revealed to each of us before his death.
Okay, so essentially, this quote-unquote psychic is scamming people. He's using someone on the street to act as a spy and paying them money to give him information about the people that he's seeing as the quote-unquote psychic, so that he can convince them that he's psychic. And as this lady said here, he was able to tell her all her comings and goings, things that no one could possibly know. But the reason he was able to tell her that is because the spy gave him that information. Sydney newspaper clipping, dated over a year ago. Mysterious death in King Street. A spiritualist who went by the name of Felix Magnus claimed that he would die at his next seance, but the outcome held even more drama. Mr. Magnus demonstrated to several clients that their closest friends and relations were swindling them via Magnus himself, before a burst of smoke and flame ended the seance abruptly. Magnus was declared dead by a certain Dr. Folsom, who was attending as a client. Hey there, Senny. Good day, Senny-vestigator. Are we ready to join 10 Downing Street yet? Hey there, Crooked. Welcome on in, dude. It's really cool to finally be able to play through this content. I don't know if you had it happen to you, but on this mission, the one with the psychic, I couldn't actually interact with his body straight away. So I ended up just having to go and do another murder mystery instead that was available. And then I came back to this one and finally was able to do it. How's things going with you today, dude? Lizzie, yesterday you saw a friend of yours perform and he asked you to promote his next gig. You're currently waiting until he sends you a message with the details. But he's slightly nervous because he wants a sold-out show and you're nervous you can't follow through on my end. Well, Lizzie, that's definitely, you know, something that is out of your control. Like, I definitely wouldn't be, you know, worrying too much about that because all you can do is your best, you know, and obviously your friend trusts you enough that they know that you're going to be able to, you know, do what they require you to do. But yeah, you can't help it, you know, if people, because at the end of the day, people, you know, themselves will decide whether or not they want to actually go to something, you know. So, I mean, it'd be understandable to be nervous about it. But yeah, I wouldn't be worried about your friend being disappointed if they don't get a sold out show, you know. And if they were to blame you, I think that would be very, very unfair. Note added to father's will. A note appended to the father's will specifying that the bulk of my fortune is safely secured in an account, the particulars of which will be communicated by word of mouth to my son. Paper. Several scrawled notes. Bentland Bank A7 crossed out. Bank of Kent 270 crossed out. York Bank A72 crossed out. Crocodile, that's weird. Not sure if that happened to you yet, but then again, it's Syndicate, so anything glitchy is possible. That's good though, it didn't lock you out of completing it, because sometimes you need to trigger a very specific clue to unlock the next location. You're doing well, a bit tired, and allergies are kicking your butts today, but doing well otherwise. Just what you don't need. That really sucks that you've got allergies kicking in again and messing things around. Glad that you're doing well otherwise, but still, like, allergies are a friggin' damn pain. But yeah, it was just very weird because it wouldn't let me investigate the body, and that's what I had to do to actually initiate any clues appearing. So I tried a few times, different things, but then I actually just went and did another one, and then came back. But you're right though, this Syndicate has so many glitches. A letter? For me?
My brother has become obsessed with some secret bank account. He inherited almost all of my father's fortune, as well he should as the male heir. But some was locked in a secret account. I think it unlikely that it should be a significant amount.
Hello there, Grace. Ahoy there to you. Welcome on in to Jacob Holmes. Investigating murders.
I went along to the seances a couple of times. I thought it was a waste of my brother's time. Power of attorney to a psychic. That sounds very unusual indeed.
Very unusual. Unless you think of it from the perspective of they're a scam artist. Charlatan. Scammer. Come up here and say that. You want a bit of claret? How rude, coughing in Jacob's face. Jeez. Lucas, thanks for redeeming the random Red Dead 1 or 2 quote.
traipsing in here like the Lord of the Manor? Oh, I better be running before I get the runs.
But I didn't know I was bleeding invisible. What is this place coming to, I ask you? I mean, what's the point of paying taxes when there's no bloody justice anymore, eh? I knew I was insignificant, but I didn't know I was bleeding invisible. What is this place coming to, I ask you? I mean, what's the point of paying taxes when there's no bloody justice in... I knew I was insignificant, but I didn't know I was bleeding invisible. What is this place coming to, I ask you? I mean, what's the point of paying taxes when there's no bloody justice anymore, eh? This is. I knew I was insignificant, but I didn't know I was bleeding invisible. What is this place coming to, I ask you? I mean, what's the point of paying taxes when there's no bloody justice anymore, eh?
Okay, so I've got one. Ain't about time you gave another speech, great leader. Must have been at least 5 minutes since the last one. Folks could use some help getting off to sleep. Big old Dutch Vanderlind. I part love you and I part hate you, but mostly I don't understand a word you say. My mentor, Dutch Vanderlind, look how I turned out. Don't say much for your teaching, does it? Another great camp you've got us in, Dutch. We're lying about as low as a goddamn circus. Be surprised if the whole country don't know we're here. Do you really have a plan, Dutch? Or you just keep telling us you do? I mean a real plan, not eating mangoes on a tropical island plan. Anytime you want to share it, I'm all ears. You okay there, boss? Because you seem kinda off, I mean more off than normal. Big boss man, yep, the big boss, that's you, man who cannot be wrong. You're burying your head in the sand again. Pinkerton's a stone's throw from camp. Don't worry about it, Arthur. I just hope you know what you're doing. There we go. So that's a few of Arthur's antagonizing quotes to Dutch that you can trigger. Thanks for redeeming that, Lucas. Lizzie, you're also an overthinker, sadly due to anxiety, and it's probably given you some of your health problems. Yeah, Lizzie, that's the thing too. It's understandable, you know, because you'd be thinking about all the different things that could go wrong, you know, all the different ways that things could, you know, fall through and stuff like that. And sometimes it's good to be able to see things like that because you might be able to solve problems that other people might not be able to see. But it can be bad, of course, because it might make you feel like you need to be 100% right, or you need to make sure that what you're, you know, thinking about is actually the right thing, and all that. So it's definitely understandable, you know, to feel that way. But yeah, like if your friend is just wanting you to help promote, then whatever you do to help, and however many people that might decide to go see the show based on that, You know, that's completely up to the people that you're talking to it about, you know. So yeah, I'm sure that they just appreciate any help from you that they could get, and that if the show doesn't get sold out, I'm sure they won't be like, oh, you know, this is all because you didn't get enough people. Like, if they were to be like that, that would definitely be a terrible thing, but the thing is, I'm sure that that's not going to be the case as well. There's 4 clues to find. Ah, that's no trouble at all for doing that, Lucas. Yeah, I've been trying to expand what kind of quotes I'm taking from the game and trying to find more sources of quotes to actually use, because just relying on IMDb the whole time doesn't really give you as much of a range of stuff. Asquith's House Diary. I have some affection for Everett, but I don't think my sister would approve of him. She always bade me to strive for more than that which merely appears directly in front of my nose. If only father weren't urging me otherwise. Okay, that's 1 clue out of 4. A coat. There is a letter in one of the pockets. Boy, dear lad, if you don't get me the money by the end of the month, you will be in a heap of trouble. The kind of trouble that hurts. Need I say more? Say no more. Say no more.
Is there any justice anymore?
Cigarette butts. A pile of stubbed out cigarette butts, likely left by a vagrant. One can still smell tobacco smoke. Okay, so that's something that I can follow, but before I do, I want to finish out what there is here in this location first. Ah, here it is. Business letter. Mr. Everett Boyd's business plans appear to be sound. As long as he has no other pressing obligations, I believe that, if your daughter accepts his proposal, the money you settle on the happy couple would mean the success of Mr. Boyd's venture, and your daughter, Janice, would live a comfortable life.
I believe I should re-interrogate a suspect.
Raid, people have told you that you sound like a voice actor in Red Dead 2. You're not sure you believe that? Oh, really? Well, that's the thing too. Like, sometimes when people say that someone looks like or sounds like someone, like, it may, to them, sound like that, but it could just be that there's something about the voice or something about the way a person looks that reminds them. Like, especially find that with people's faces. Like, certain facial structures can be found in various different people. So it's understandable that some might look at someone's face and go like, ah, that reminds me of someone else that looks like that. But it's not that they literally look the same, it's just that there's an aspect of their facial structure that matches the other person's. There might be so many other details about their face that is different between the two. Rage, you've heard your own voice before, and to you it just sounds really emotionally dead all the time, even though you're not. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing too. Like, sometimes I find that, like, I don't know sometimes if I'm actually emoting what I'm actually, you know, thinking when I'm talking about what I'm thinking. You know what I mean? Because I have heard my voice reading stuff and hearing my voice back after recording reading stuff. And I think to myself, oh, I thought I sounded a bit more, you know, forceful on that word than I actually did. Like, you know, I didn't sound as forceful on that word as I actually did. You know, things like that.
Her father mentioned this swindler to me.
I understand it's because of him that my engagement has been delayed. I know the owner of a local brewery, and I'm convinced his business will flourish. He just needs some financial backing. Now Janice is free to be married at last. I'll invest my dowry in the brewery and make a fortune.
Never trust a man who tells you what you want to hear. He's after something. Taking advantage of my daughter's love for her departed sister. With that charlatan gone, things can get back to normal. My daughter's engagement to Everett Boyd can be announced at last. Janice's elder sister was strong-willed. Janice always followed her lead. That's why it's so sad that she asks her advice, even in death. Time for Janice to think for herself. I know what's best for her.
I like that. He wants her to think for himself, but he's the one that knows best for her, implying that he's the one out of the two that actually knows better what she should be doing, even though she should think for herself. Bit of a contradiction there, isn't it?
A girl Janice's age should be married. Everett is a very sensible young man from a good family. He'll be very successful, I'm sure of it.
I think the same voice actor for that character voices, what's his name? Gladstone. Crooked, classic control freak. Absolutely. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Is he a hypocrite? Absolutely. Definitely is. Grace, she should think what I tell her for herself. Exactly, Grace. That's more apt for what he actually believes. That's something that he should have actually said.
That's me. Yeah, some fella come by here every so often. Gives me a silver sixpence if I tell him everything about the folks in that house. Nothing unusual about him. Just a regular fella. I've seen him go into that building over there.
Alright. Before I go there, I think there's some other locations I haven't actually gone to yet. Lady Ursula's house. Haven't gone there. Right, it's like when an old friend of mine was told by his dad, so you're allowing her to tell you what to do regarding your friend's wife.
On you go now.
Lady Ursula's house, Boston newspaper clipping. Dated 7 months ago. Medium foretells his own death. In a stunningly dramatic final seance, psychic Roberto El Magnifico revealed that several clients were being traduced by their loved ones who had paid him to give information at his false seances. But then, just as predicted, he was killed in a mysterious explosion during his final seance on Newbury Street. One of his clients, a Dr. Pittenweem, pronounced him dead at the scene. The phrases, traduced by their loved ones, and mysterious explosion are circled in pencil. A letter. I found another newspaper article similar to the one I gave you. This one is from Sydney. It appears we will be exposed at the next seance, just as those people were. Douglas, you got me into this. You better solve it. Yeah, Douglas, you better. You better solve it. Otherwise, someone will solve the problem of you still being alive. Indeed, Grace. A letter? For me? which is very apt considering I'm playing as Jacob for this investigation. Lady Ursula's will. To Miriam, my maid, and to Douglas, my butler, I leave my Belchingham china, in thanks for their long service, to be given on their wedding day, whenever that day shall be. I leave my dear cat Mittens all my remaining worldly goods, in the hope that they bring him even a small portion of the joy he has brought me. In anguished handwriting, in the margin is scrawled, Whatever will I do now that my dear Mittens is no more? Good one, Raid. Mittens, is it?
Lady Ursula's health is not good at all. And now she's lost her cat, it's almost like she has nothing left to live for. Lady Ursula was planning to leave her fortune to her cat Mittens. Since the cat passed on, she's been going to that spiritualist in hopes that Mittens will tell her what to do with the money. He's been Lady Ursula's butler for years. We have plans to marry. But first, Douglas needs to put together a little nest egg. He says he'll have some money soon.
A likely story. Perhaps. Have to find out. Lizzie, you just know the newspaper story was different than the other one you just noticed. That's true. Yeah. It's similar in the sense that there's a psychic who is ripping people off and telling them that they're gonna die. And I guess what I'm sort of like assuming is that it was all a scam as well, to get out of doing whatever, you know what I mean, or as an escape plan kind of thing, to fake their own death or something. And I'm suspecting that the psychic who got murdered in this mission wanted to do that too, but it backfired and he literally got killed instead of like the other psychics who pulled a similar scam, who didn't actually die but just faked their death. Casper, letter, is it? It sure is. The letter A for assassinate.
Janice is a lovely creature. I would be honored were she to accept my proposal. I do adore her.
Right, you were thinking earlier, what if it's a body double or something? That's true. I mean, that is a good way to think. I mean, when large sums of money is involved, people will do anything. Not everyone will do anything that is like, you know, highly illegal or immoral or anything like that. But there definitely are some people who would do things like that, unfortunately. Lizzie, or maybe it's the same guy all along and someone found out. Yeah, that's another good thing too. Faking the death and then coming up with a new identity and rinsing, repeating to different parts of the world. Thaddeus's note. W. Arrive after the others as usual. It will deflect suspicion. Also, make certain that we get a big flash this time. They must be convinced it's enough to kill me. T. the Amazing. Business cards. Several business cards for a medical doctor. All are identical except each is printed with a different name. Client files. A set of files containing disorganized details regarding Thaddeus's clients. For example, wants cat to tell her he should inherit. Janice's sister called her Sissy. The cat loved to play with lady used teaspoons. Wants you to tell her that her sister approves of the marriage. Knows account number, needs his signature to access. Howard's father enjoyed grouse shooting.
I wonder if someone could tell me more about this.
office note. She says the account number is A72 at Kentish Bank. That's right, Lizzie. Yeah, the letter said this time.
Saw a man get pinched too.
You think someone paid Thaddeus to tell my lady that a cat wanted them to inherit? Well, that would be quite a clever scheme indeed.
I simply do not believe it. And if you're implying that my butler was paying Thaddeus, I must ask you, why would a great psychic do the bidding of a common butler?
My own sister, paying Thaddeus off? I thought he was a bit too insistent that I sign that paper. Well, Anne is going to get a good talking to, believe you me.
Good Lord, you found the office? I admit it then. Thaddeus and I traveled the world, bamboozling the gullible and then exposing the swindle. But his death was meant to be a fake. I have no reason to want Thaddeus dead. Quite the contrary.
You believe that Everett paid Thaddeus to manipulate me? It cannot be true. Thaddeus knew all of my comings and goings. He genuinely could communicate with the world beyond.
Lizzie, your theory was right, apparently. It really was Lizzie, yeah. That's good thinking. Yeah, going around the world, ripping people off, and then faking death, and then going somewhere else. But this time, the death ended up being real. I don't think it's the guy that was working with him, unless he developed a conscience, and decided to off him. Right, sounds like a good grift to you. Yeah, I mean, the people trying that obviously thought that it would be a great idea to do. Now, I don't think it's the street urchin or whatever the name was called. A tramp, that's right, a street tramp. I don't think it was them that did it.
I think I'll take to
Unless he wanted more money to do what he was doing. That could be a possibility, of course. Ray, don't think it's his accomplice or any of his guests. No, that's it. Yeah, so it's not him. Oh yes, there's no people in this office here. Alright, since there's no people there at the office, it can't be anyone in there because there's no one in there. I might go back to Asquith's house. Is he the girl's father? Yeah.
What was that for?
Crooked, you personally think it was Cassandra. Malaka. Okay, where's the other person? I completely went past them.
Really? Really?
Yeah, really. I really did.
The man was a fraud, and I'm glad he's dead. But someone in my position does not commit murder.
Okay, Lizzie, so yeah, it wasn't him, but I thought it might be too. Malaka. The amount of malakas they had to do and variations. Do a sad malaka. Malaka. Do a happy malaka. Malaka. Do a malaka when you stepped on a sharp nail, but then you realized that it wasn't so bad because it didn't do any damage. Malaka.
My fond hope is to marry Douglas. I think him a good man. Why would I interfere with a psychic?
Crooked, they should have done that for Shadow of the Tomb Raider and Machanta. Machanta, 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 Machanta. Is he definitely overlooking something? I'm thinking, like now I'm thinking that it's the guy who was in cohorts with him, because maybe he developed a conscience about what they were doing, the scam that they were pulling, and he decided to use the blackout as a way to hide that it's him actually doing it, because he obviously knew how the psychic was doing the scam and what tactics were being used, you know, make all the lights go out, all that kind of stuff. Oh my god, your brain hurts right now. I don't blame you. Raid, he developed a conscience, so he murders someone? I mean, it does sound bizarre, because you would think that by developing a conscience, he wouldn't want to murder him, but he'd want to see him brought to justice with the law, but we're definitely going to find out.
Why would I kill him? He and I had a good plot going. We fooled people, but the people who paid most dearly were the thieves.
Okay, so it's not him. I don't think it's her.
I honestly had no idea that Thaddeus was cheating me. He must have been a very shrewd character to fool a sharp fellow like me.
Killing him seems a bit extreme. That's true, Raid.
He was going to reveal my plot. He paid the price for betraying a fellow crook.
This Thaddeus fellow was rather too clever by half. But you pieced it all together very cleverly. Mr. Raymond was particularly interested in this one. He admired the duplicity of Thaddeus.
Hey there, Leon. From Dead Kings DLC. Sorry, Artie. Conjuring up murder. Spiritualist Thaddeus Smith routinely swindled not just his clients, but his clients' friends and families. In city after city, Thaddeus and his confederate, Dr. Wilburn, lured in those desperate to speak to the departed in the afterworld. But the swindlers were doubly paid, first by their clients, then by those close to them, who wished to manipulate them. In such a fashion, Miss Anne Roberts hoped to gain legal authority for her brother in order to remove funds from a secret bank account. Mr. Everett Boyd wished to ensure his marriage to Janice Asquith would take place in order to gain a lucrative settlement, and Lady Ursula's butler, Douglas, wished to have her dead cat counsel her to leave her fortune to Douglas himself. But none of these accounted for Thaddeus's odd quirk of enjoying giving a good lesson to his fellow swindlers once he'd emptied the coffers of his clients. Thaddeus then habitually exposed these manipulators before escaping by feigning his own death. This was corroborated by the supposed Dr. Wilburn, purporting to be simply one more client, but on this occasion, Anne realized the coming exposure and enticed the butler Douglas, the only swindler present at the crime scene, to murder Thaddeus in the dark. Farewell, Thaddeus. You may now speak to those in the afterworld at your leisure. Lizzie, blame everyone. Screw the money. Exactly, Lizzie. Yeah. Might lose a little bit of the money that you get from these murder mysteries if you solve it without accusing someone incorrectly. Crooked? A fellow crook, eh? Crook, eh, Dials, huh? Lizzie, oh my god, the yelling in the background. It's so funny in this game. The different NPC arguments and stuff. Raid, you're under arrest for the murder of Pierre Fouquet. What's that from, Raid? Hello there, Ave. How's things going today? Okay, so now it is time for Evie again. We'll do the next murder mystery. Ave, did you watch the amazing Xbox showcase yesterday? I actually watched a bit of it, but I didn't stay to see the whole thing. But I was very happy to see that, I haven't played any of the newer Gears of War games, but the idea that they're doing a prequel, well, I assume it is because E-Day, as I remember in the lore of the series, that was the day called Emergence Day. Plus, Marcus and Dom, I know that Dom, well, this is a spoiler for Gears of War 3, but Dom dies in Gears of War 3. So, putting those together, I surmise that it's going to be a prequel. Okay, so there's one more murder mystery left. Let's go. There we go. So I started doing these as Jacob, and I alternated between each one, between him and Evie. And now, as a bookend, we're doing the final memory as Evie. Things are good. Still in shock over how good that Xbox showcase was yesterday. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going good, Ave. That's excellent. I also saw the Doom Dark Ages trailer. The Perfect Dark one. I saw some other ones, but I wasn't completely interested in stuff. The gameplay for AC Shadows looked really good, and some of the games they showed were just amazing. Gears of War, Doom, Metal Gear Solid, New Fable, a DLC for Shitfield that looks really good. Yeah, it was good to see a tease of gameplay from Shadows, but I'm more interested in Infinity at the moment, and how much it's going to cost to buy that so we can even play the games that are coming out. Murder at the Palace. Solve the perplexing murder of a palace guard.
There has been a murder at the palace. I need you to be careful with this one. Anti-royalist pamphlets have been cropping up and tensions are high. The Queen is very nervous about security. This way.
Come on, man who says he's Aberline, but I don't really believe him because Aberline's a master of disguise and there's no way that he'd be so easily recognizable.
This way.
It's cool.
Here we are. Good luck.
It's cool to see more of Aberline in this, or I should say the person who claims to be Aberline, because I've never played this before, and I didn't realize that he would be in there. I'm not surprised that he is in it, but I'm just saying that it's cool to get more of his character than what I've previously experienced. There's also Arthur Conan Doyle hated... Oh, are they? Yeah, you and me both. If Ubi are smart, they'll make it free or really freaking cheap. Yeah, but then the question is it a one-off payment or is it a subscription service? Because recently with their Rainbow Six Siege thing, they introduced a membership subscription for some content or something for that game. And it's a game that you have to buy in the first place to get before you even get the ability to get that content that is in the membership. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're doing with Infinity, that you'll have to pay money to get it, and then there'll be a subscription fee for it, or at the very least, a subscription fee to be able to access the content of itself, you know, like any present-day stuff that they release and stuff, maybe. But, yeah, without them actually coming out and saying 100% yet, it's a bit hard to ascertain. Lizzie, also, Arthur Conan Doyle hated the Sherlock Holmes series because it overshadowed his other books, so he wrote that he got killed off, but due to overwhelming popularity and pressure from protesters, he started writing the character again. Oh, I didn't know that. That, yeah, authors killing off their most popular character definitely is very difficult for people to accept. Right, that's from the 2006 Pink Panther movie. Basically, there's a montage where an investigator busts down every door shouting that until he finds Pierre Fouquet alive in his house, in which he proclaims the case is closed. I haven't actually seen that version of that movie, but that is pretty funny. Are they so like MMOs where you buy the game a monthly subscription to play it? That would be disgusting. Yeah, at least that's how I understand it with Rainbow Six Siege, is how they're going with it. Lizzie, the palace is gorgeous. Yeah, the interior for this game, they did a great job with it. Queen's study, guardsman's body. A member of the palace guard slumped in a contorted position, eyes and mouth wide open. The body shows no signs of violence. Queen's study, window. The window is broken. The broken area is large enough to allow access to someone. Okay, so there's 6 clues in this area. Guest list. A list of eminent invitees to the investiture to be held this evening. The Queen will knight several industrialists who oppose child
I
labor.
believe I should re-interrogate a suspect.
A vault, marked by deep gashes as if someone
Now
attempted
that
to
I've
break
seen
in.
this, I should ask more questions.
Please, leave the room for a moment. No one is permitted to see me open the safe.
Yeah, in a minute, Queen. I'm doing an investigation here, huh? Vase, a priceless vase, lying broken on the ground, signs of a struggle. Letter from Scotland Yard. To Her Majesty's Private Secretary Sir Henry Ponsonby. Dear Sir Henry, I am troubled to have to write concerning a disturbing situation that has recently occurred. Yesterday we were informed that a young boy had been abducted, and we have rushed to bring this to your attention, and through you to the attention of Her Majesty, as you think necessary, for we fear the boy's disappearance may be connected to a possible attempt to disrupt this evening's investiture ceremony at the palace. Please be assured, Sir Henry, that we are doing everything possible to locate this child, one Arthur Doyle. Doyle's address is appended.
Imagine that someone was after the scepter. I must see it. I ordered the scepter with the dove to be brought from the tower for tonight's event. Thank heavens! It is untouched.
Are you right there, man who claims to be Abeline? Looks like you're constipated or something. But you sure hope Ubisoft is smarter than that, because it seems people are interested in Shadows after the short gameplay trailer shown yesterday, and if Ubi makes Infinity monthly subscriptions, the interest people now have will completely disappear. Perhaps. But yeah, it makes sense from a wanting to make sure that pre-orders come through, to make sure that they're focusing on that first, and then Infinity secondary. Lizzie, Sherlock Holmes was your subject of interest for a few years, though. You still need to read all of the books yourself. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, I've never actually read any of the books of Sherlock Holmes.
Ah! Shut the fuck up, Queen. I'm investigating here. Know your place, you bitch.
Yeah, could you imagine, Ave? Queen Victoria's like, I need you to go out so I can use the safe. And you're just like, no, I'm going to stay here for another 10 minutes. Right, you don't think Ubisoft will make Infinity a subscription thing? At the very least, they've confirmed that you won't need to be always online to play Shadows, so we'll see. Ah. Yeah, well, that's the thing nowadays, too, about that stuff. Because his back probably hurt like hell. Quite possibly.
The poor man. I arrived to find him here, dead as you see him. He gave his life to defend my person.
Alright, given the way that we're interacting with the Queen, I dare say that this actually takes place after the main game story. Because it has to, because in the story is when they first meet the Queen. That's okay, Ave, no problem at all. I hope that work goes well. Thanks for popping in for a little bit.
Only I know the combination. The vault contains the very precious scepter with the dove, which I've chosen to be used in tonight's knighthood ceremony. This evening, I will knight several industrialists that have worked to end the practice of child labor. All of London's luminaries are invited.
In any case, not having played this DLC before, I wasn't exactly sure when it takes place, but in future I'll know to do it after the main story. Because in the playthrough so far, we're only up to sequence 5 of the main story, because I've been doing side stuff for the past few streams. Lizzie, your obsession for a time was also learning about famous musicians like the Beatles. Well, that's cool to want to research, because I imagine there's just, you know, so many facets to something that if you get a big interest in it, having a lot of resources to be able to look through. Hey, music box. Just out of curiosity, how many do I have left to get? Alright, so I've gotten 24 out of 32, and I've gotten all of these without focusing strictly on looking for them. All of the ones I've found so far have just been through actually just naturally coming across them, which always works out well, because if I only have a few at the end of whatever to actually find, it's good to get the majority done without actively focusing on it. Raid, your absolute favourite part of open world games is when you have to travel miles to get to an objective with nothing happening in the meantime. Like, we could just teleport the player where they need to be and not waste their time, but nah. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see why that would be annoying. I can also see why some might like it, because it might give them the ability to take in the game world and stuff. But it is totally understandable to be like, why to have to, you know, travel across all these distances?
Show your nobility with a bouquet of...
Look no further for everyday wares.
Artie's Yard, evidence wall, drawings and texts linking various clues and anomalies throughout the mysteries that have been solved and the resulting penny dreadfuls. The final scrawled message is unfinished, leading to Rayma.
I should go back and ask about this.
Blank paper, a sheet of apparently blank notepaper.
Artie's been all in a state. Thinks there's some sort of master criminal on the loose. Then this morning, he's gone. Come to think of it, he had been going on about the Queen and all for the last day or two. Seemed to think she was in some sort of trouble.
Ray, you've always been in the belief that the worst kind of obstacle you can put in the game is one that wastes the player's time. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's things that can waste your time because it's a puzzle to solve or a difficult fight to get through. But yeah, when it's something that isn't those sorts of things, and it's purely and simply just a way to make things take longer to get to, then yeah. Liz, you're currently working on actually committing and wanting to learn how to play the guitar. You have yet to get lessons, but you do have a guitar. Hopefully you can start sometime, maybe next month. Well, that's definitely cool that you've got one. That's excellent as well. But yeah, that'd be cool, Lizzie. I hope that you're able to start those lessons soon.
He said he was onto something. Said everything added in clues. You know, when he thought something was important, he'd write it up in invisible ink. Lemon juice like. He'd use smoke to read it. If you have a way to make smoke, you can see what it says. I did see Artie's friend, Mr. Raymond. He'd just come from Purlock Publishing with his new Penny Dreadful. Seemed very excited about it. I never liked him much.
Hello, Spectrum. It's going really good, thank you. Hope things are going well. Blank paper, written in invisible ink. Perlock Publishing, Henry Raymond. It's all connected. Follow the clues. Raid, if it's a fight or a puzzle, that's fine, but if it wastes your time without challenging you, that's a problem. That can definitely be a problem. Grace, you believe you've now had enough coffee to be human. You may now all resume your individual existences. Quietly. Well, that's good. That's good that you've had enough coffee. Although, you can always have more coffee, though, because coffee is awesome. It's going very well. It's going well, Spectrum. Oh, that's good. Right now, we're... Well, I mean, the whole stream we've been investigating murder mysteries, but this is DLC content that I haven't been able to play before because the Xbox version of the game, which I used to always play, didn't have access to it. But now that I'm playing PlayStation, I get access to it. Galley proof. A typesetter's galley proof for a penny dreadful. Explosion at the palace. With some descriptive text. Attack at the heart of Britain. Buckingham Palace in flames. Will the Queen escape? The book is written by Henry Raymond. Anti-royalist pamphlets. Down with the monarchy. An end to our suffering under Victoria. The Queen must pay for her sins. Grace, so you're not stopping the coffee, you've had enough to qualify as human. You're working on overly caffeinated God as the final goal for today. It's definitely a good goal to have. Spectrum, you had 3 coffees yesterday and you still needed a nap. Oh, really? A map. A plan of Buckingham Palace. The Queen's study is circled in black. Dynamite crates. Empty munitions crates clearly marked Prescott Munitions number 408.
An explosion at Buckingham Palace. I must warn them.
That's it, girl.
Here we go, finally a carriage type that I want to get.
Something will
That's it.
Grace, if you had 3 coffees, you would absolutely need a nap. Stupid ADH brain. Oh, really? 3? Lizzie, coffee sadly doesn't help you stay awake. You've fallen asleep mid-coffee before. Oh, have you, Lizzie? Oh, yeah. Spectrum, you had 2 double espressos before church and a 16-ounce cup of regular Joe at church. You also had ADHD and hypothyroidism. Oh, really, Spectrum? That... I think I've heard of that before. Grace, coffee doesn't wake you up, it just makes your brain lean closer to coherence.
Come on!
Grace caffeine works differently on ADHD brains. I guess that's something to consider too as well, like how things like coffee could have different effects depending on so many different, aspects. Spectrum, speaking of coffee, time to go get your first double espresso. Oh, very nice. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Spectrum.
There's at least 100 people here for the knighthood ceremony. The Queen will use the scepter with the dove for the knighting. She'll arrive precisely at 1 o'clock.
I dare say
There may be an explosion!
Do as you're told.
I simply cannot wait to see it. Everyone must leave!
For crying out loud, game, when I want you to have the character drop, you fucking make them drop.
I've saved them. Nothing is happening. No explosion. What is this? I've been tricked. Raymond, why has he done this?
You are more naive than you appear.
Spectrum, well, you're out of chocolate syrup, but you'll enjoy it as much as you can. Absolutely.
Look beyond the obvious, beyond surface appearances.
Nothing but a showman. So many people makes everything more dramatic.
Dynamite crates. Empty munitions crates clearly marked Prescott Munitions number 408. Same message.
I found the same clues you found. I knew there was to be an explosion, and I led you here to save everyone. I'm as mystified as you are that nothing happened. Seems to me you've created the perfect diversion, haven't you?
Lizzie, the drink you ordered to keep yourself awake has 6 shots of espresso in it. Ah, damn. Well, that's definitely a lot of shots.
You've helped me herd all those dreary people to certain death. We shall hear the explosion presently.
Look beyond the...
That, my dear, makes no sense.
Oh, sorry, I thought the one I was looking at was the one about the making the people run to where he wants them to be.
That, my dear, makes no sense.
Okay, so it's not that then.
Quite right.
Oh, that was the diversion one, okay. I just forgot which one of the three was the one that talked about the diversion. I always get what I want, written by a left-handed man.
I brought him his invitation to the knighthood ceremony, the one with the special scepter.
Several articles, one about the coming ceremony wherein the Queen will use the storied scepter with the dove to knight an industrialist.
Never trust a man who tells you what you want to hear. He is after something.
While you were chasing all those people around, I absconded with the Queen. A hefty ransom is now due. A man like me can take anything he wants. Even the Queen's most beloved item of all her crown jewels. The priceless and symbolic scepter with the dove. I needed you to distract everyone so that I could quietly assassinate Her Majesty the Queen. Assassinate the Queen? Whatever for? No, it wasn't that. It's not a bad idea. Perhaps next time. The scepter with the dove taken with your help. What could better display my genius?
No one questions you when you wear a uniform.
A large distinctive spider curled up in death.
I suspect the solution will turn on geometry.
I am a fellow of many skills. Cracking a safe is but one. I simply watched the Queen open the safe when you arrived. I threatened the Queen with her very life. She told me the combination in a thrice. That wouldn't make a very good story. Something more dramatic. I could never bring myself to harm that old biddy. Quite right. The dead guard was I. The spider venom allowed me to fake my death. I had a perfect view from where I lay. I have stolen the Queen's most prized possession, the scepter with the dove. Think of it. I have outfoxed you, the most cunning detective in Britain. I mocked you by leaving clues for you at every turning point. Now I have the scepter, proof positive of my superiority.
Evie, wake up! It's Raymond. He's taken Artie hostage. They're on the roof. Jacob's here to help you, Evie.
Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. How's things going for you today? How's Dreadful Crimes coming along today? You're right at the tail end of it. This is the final memory for it. So it's going well. Lucinda, oh nice. Are you doing more of the 100% playthrough after the DLC is done? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll do another stream. Today, that is. Of course I'll do another stream for it, eventually. But yeah, I think I'll do another stream of it today, so I can do other stuff. And then that way this whole stream will just be the Dreadful Crimes DLC. But it'll probably be a short stream, though. Cindy, you're doing alright. You've had a busy last 2 days at work because of people calling off. You've only got today and Wednesday and you get 4 days off. Well, that is good that you'll get 4 days off in a row. That's excellent. And talking about things in a row, thank you so much, Lucinda, for the 34 months in a row of subscribing. That is amazing. Thank you so very much for all of that. I really do appreciate that and all the other support as well besides. Thank you so, so much. That's true, almost 3 years worth. That's crazy when you put it in that. I mean, that's a lot of months, but when you also think about years' time, like holy shit. But yeah, thank you so much for that, Lucinda. I wanted to hear that dialogue.
Keep him busy, Evie. It won't be long now.
Yeah, exactly, Lucinda. It's like no other dialogue before hitting the mark where they want me to go. I hit the mark where they want me to go, dialogue starts, but then gets interrupted. It's like, what the fuck?
I suppose this means our detective days are over. But what about you, Artie?
I'm glad I survived Mr. Raymond's insanity, but sadly he won't be here anymore to write more books.
A great loss, I'm sure.
I'm quite serious, Miss Evie. Me and my friends waited every week to read the next number and find out what happened next.
Why don't you write some yourself?
A fellow would have to be very clever indeed.
Sounds like you'd be in your element, my dear.
The gruesome Whitechapel murders by Artie.
I should think I would use my full name. By Artie Conan Doyle.
I'd use Arthur. Sounds more of a serious fellow.
Hence, we made sure that the character of Sherlock Holmes was created, because if Artie died, there'd be no Sherlock Holmes. In the Assassin's Creed universe, that is.
I warned you, didn't I? If I come over there, I'll introduce you to my baton.
Were you Brasidas? Okay. Brasidas' baton, alright. Listen to what? The others just disappear. That was weird. It still sucks that I didn't get that dialogue. It was like, what? Was your sibling victory? Exactly. Exactly. All's well that ends well. Liz, you want to see the cane sword? I don't even know what cane sword it was now. Have to look in the memory log to find it. Whose body is that? Some dude's. I don't really know. Grace, that'll teach him to hit a lady. Absolutely. Hidden blade time. That is all of the dreadful crimes done. Okay, so I can't replay them. Yeah, so I don't know what the scepter was. Now, Lizzie, sorry. Something dove. The dove cane sword. Lizzie, that's so pretty. I like the colour of it, and you got the dove on the top as well. And the jewels around the casing of it. And there we have it. That is my first time ever playing the Dreadful Crimes DLC content. And I had seen the ending before, so I knew that there was going to be a hostage thing, but I didn't know the ins and outs and details of how things got there and stuff like that. But I'd say that the DLC is great. However, it's similar to the Last Maharajah DLC in that it suffers a bit from pacing issues. It feels a bit too long at 10 memories. I think a couple of them could have been cut here and there to just make it 8 memories for the DLC. But apart from that, I'm glad that I actually have finally done that content, because I used to play the Xbox version of this game, and that version never got that content. So now that I play PlayStation games a lot more than Xbox these days, it means that I was able to do it finally. Welcome back, Spectrum, with a quadruple espresso. Very, very nice. So this is where I'm going to end the stream of the Dreadful Crimes DLC. I will be back in 15 minutes time with another stream. I just wanted to do all this content for the DLC in one stream separate, so that people watching this VOD don't have to sit through this DLC content if they don't want to, and can go to the next stream, well, the next part after this one, where I will continue with doing more stuff for the 100% run. Lizzie, well, now you've got to get this version to play this DLC. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. If you like the murder mystery stuff in Assassin's Creed Unity, then I could definitely recommend. Alrighty then. I just want to thank everyone for watching this stream. I really appreciate it. I'll be back in 15 minutes with more Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I won't be doing any more main story, at least not at the start of the next stream, because I still have a lot of side content left to do. But getting that Dreadful Crimes DLC is definitely really, really good. Definitely Lucinda, catch you in a few for sure. Catch you later, Spectrum. Hope you enjoy your coffees.